My child, stop. Everything. I, the Lord your God, have drawn you here because I have something unshakably specific to say to you. Not to the crowd. Not to the masses. Heaven is not silent today. It has been leaning in, waiting for this very moment to find you, to mark you, to awaken what I've hidden inside you all along. What I'm about to release into your spirit is more than encouragement. It's activation. Every sentence, every pause, every drop of this word carries the weight of my intention for your life. And child, if you dare to stay with me until the final breath of this message, you will not leave this encounter the same. Your breakthrough may be hidden in the very next breath I speak. The enemy would love for you to dismiss this as just another video. But it's not. This is your burning bush, your divine turn in the road, your appointed hour. So lean in. Stay present. What I reveal at the end will shake loose everything that tried to keep you small. This word is not for everyone. It's meant only for the one who will listen all the way through. And that one is you. Hush every other voice now. Still your breath. Still your thoughts. Because heaven itself has leaned in, and the entire rhythm of eternity has slowed for this very moment between you and me. I have hushed the sound of angelic wings and silenced the hum of the cosmos, not out of necessity, but out of holy reverence for what I'm about to speak into your spirit. This is no ordinary hour. It is sacred. And you, yes, you are the center of my divine attention. I've watched you move through your days with a quiet ache buried under your daily responsibilities, and now I cannot wait another heartbeat. I've called a halt to all else because the weight of what I am releasing into your life demands undivided attention, not just from you, but from every realm. Child, do you realize how precious you are to me? Do you understand that I, the Ancient of Days, the one who commands stars and holds oceans in place, have chosen to pause heaven's choreography so I can pour myself wholly into you right now? There's nothing accidental about this message. I designed it, I authored it, and I delivered it in perfect alignment with the cry of your heart, one you thought was buried, forgotten, or maybe too faint for me to notice. But I did. I noticed everything. You see, while the world continued with its noise, its chaos, and its spinning distractions, I was drawing near. Closer than breath, closer than skin. I was brushing the edges of your soul with my presence, waiting for the moment when your heart would be tender enough to hear me fully. And now that moment has come. I have drawn you here, not just to comfort you, but to commission you. Not just to whisper peace, but to unleash glory. You've lived for too long thinking I was somewhere far off, but today I tell you plainly, heaven did not move forward until I turned my gaze toward you. And when I turned, everything paused. Not because I needed time to think, but because you are worth more than a passing word. You are worthy of a divine encounter that will leave no part of you untouched. I'm not rushing through this. I'm not multitasking blessings. I'm here, fully present, fully aware, fully intentional. And child, what I'm about to release has waited long enough. Your prayers, your tears, your hidden sacrifices, they've reached a crescendo in my heart. And now comes the manifestation. Not because you demanded it, but because I ordained it. No voice can interrupt this release. No devil can delay it. No man can claim credit for it. Because it was written for you, held for you, and is now being poured out, undeniably, unmistakably, irrevocably. Heaven has paused for you, and that pause has awakened the beginning of something the earth has yet to see. I felt that sigh, the one no one else noticed. The one that floated into the quiet corners of your room when no one was watching, when your hands were folded in exhaustion and your eyes stared at ceilings that never gave you answers. You've been waiting, not just in the sense of time passing, but in that sacred posture of quiet longing, where your soul stands at the window of hope and dares to wonder, did you forget me, God? You didn't say it aloud, not with your lips, but your spirit whispered it. Between prayers you barely had strength to form, between days that felt like echoes of the same old struggle, you've been waiting with one eye on the promise and one eye on the ache. And though others didn't notice, I did. I noticed the way your heart flinched every time someone else stepped into their breakthrough, and you whispered, God, did you skip over me? I want you to hear me clearly. I didn't forget. I haven't passed you by. I haven't overlooked your name. Your waiting wasn't in vain. It was sacred. It was strategic. And above all, it was seen. Do you know what I see when I look at you? I don't see a person stalled in delay. I see a warrior disguised as a waiter. One who watches without bitterness. One who wonders without walking away. One who still lifts their eyes even when the skies stay silent. Your patience has echoed through the halls of heaven like a steady drumbeat of devotion. While others may have sprinted ahead chasing their own timing, you stood still in faith, and that standing shook the gates of glory. Every second you spent hoping while hurting, believing while bleeding, holding on while it would have been easier to let go, has been a fragrant offering on my altar. You weren't waiting alone. I was right beside you, measuring every heartbeat, storing every tear, and gathering each hope like a diamond in my palm. You thought I was silent, but I was planning. You thought I was distant, but I was near, nearer than your breath, nearer than your own thoughts. Heaven isn't just aware of your wait, heaven honors it. And now, beloved, your wait is over. Not because you forced my hand, but because I have chosen this very hour to reveal that your name was never forgotten. It was written in fire upon my heart. And child, don't let anyone diminish the pain of that waiting. Don't let the world tell you that hope deferred isn't holy. I watched you walk through disappointment that could have disfigured your faith, but instead, it refined it. I saw you bless others when you yourself felt empty. I saw you cheer for miracles that looked like the ones you prayed for, but never received. I saw the way you carried joy like a crown, even when sorrow pawed at your thoughts. And here's what I need you to understand. I didn't forget you. I was storing something greater, something that required more room. That's why the waiting stretched so long. I was making space in you for what couldn't be delivered too soon. My gift wasn't delayed. It was preserved. And now, it's here, tailored, timed, and trembling with purpose. What you thought was silence was strategy. What you called abandonment was actually alignment. And now, heaven moves, not just in your direction, but in your defense. You have not been forgotten. You have been held, carefully, lovingly, divinely held in the folds of eternity. And now, my child, the story that felt paused will burst forth with power. You're not stepping into something new. You're stepping into something that never stopped being yours. Listen to me. What's coming toward you now is not a trickle. It's not a whisper. It's not a hopeful guess in the wind. It is a divine flood, a river of supernatural release that I've been holding back until this precise moment. And not one drop of it will miss its mark. Not one current will drift away from its course. This isn't random favor. It's a tidal wave of fulfillment that has your name written into its waters. This is not a gentle breeze of possibility. This is the roaring wind of divine release. What you thought had vanished, what you assumed had been forgotten, what you feared might never come, has been gathering strength behind the veil of silence. The silence wasn't empty. It was pregnant with motion. It was my strategy, not my neglect. And now, the dam is breaking, not in chaos but in choreography. Because heaven never moves without purpose. And this river isn't just full of blessings. It's full of blueprints, instructions, answers, restoration, recompense, favor, clarity, and breakthrough. And every single stream knows where to find you. Child, I want you to feel this. This release is personal. This isn't a generic outpouring. This is not a spillover from someone else's overflow. I didn't borrow this blessing. I built it from scratch for you. Crafted it in silence. Sealed it in fire. Protected it from demonic interference. Hidden it from envy. Guarded it from premature release. And now, like a long-awaited letter from home, it's arriving with your name burned into the seal. Every drop carries the scent of your perseverance. Every wave echoes with the sound of your midnight prayers. This isn't just what you asked for. It's what I knew you'd need, down to the second, down to the step, down to the sigh in your chest. I didn't just plan a gift. I built an answer that fits your DNA. And it's rushing toward you now. Heaven has opened the gates, and the river flows fast, ferocious, and unstoppable. Not in destruction, but in restoration. The things you buried in grief are being unearthed in glory. The parts of you that dried up in drought are about to bloom in ways that defy explanation. I'm not just giving you water. I'm immersing you in wonder. Let me tell you why it had to come like this, swift and sudden. Because you didn't need just a drizzle of hope. You needed a downpour that would wash away every lie, every fear, every lingering shadow of doubt. You've been carrying burdens too heavy for a trickle to rinse away. So I send a river, one that not only quenches but redefines. You thought the story was over, but I was writing the plot behind the curtain. And now, the curtain is lifting. The stage is set. The river is here. And it's not coming for part of your life, it's coming for all of it. Your finances, your family, your emotional wounds, your hidden insecurities, your dreams you didn't dare speak aloud. The river knows the terrain of your soul, and it's about to reshape the landscape. You won't have to force this. You won't have to chase it. You won't have to explain it. Because when a river moves, it speaks for itself. And what I'm sending will declare my name through the transformation it brings. You've waited in silence long enough. Now watch how heaven moves when I say, it's time. The waters are rising, child. The flood is favor, and it knows where you live. Take a deep breath. Let your soul settle for just a second. Because what's unfolding right now is not casual. It's not random. It's not some spiritual sentiment tossed into your day like a hopeful coin in a fountain. No, this very second, this sacred space between my voice and your heart, is a divine orchestration centuries in the making. You didn't scroll into this by luck. You didn't stumble into my words by accident. You were drawn. You were summoned. You were marked for this moment before the foundation of the world was laid. When I spoke stars into place and summoned oceans with a single breath, I had already written this conversation into the timeline of your life. You are not a face in the crowd to me. You are the reason I paused eternity to speak right now. I set this trap of grace for your spirit, and now I've caught your attention, not to bind you, but to bless you. You've often wondered if I saw you in the crowd, if I knew your name when you blended into the chaos. But today I prove it to you. I didn't just see you. I designed this moment around you. While you were worrying about where to go, I was aligning the winds to carry this very message to your soul. This is not a leftover word meant for someone else. This is not spiritual leftovers reheated from someone else's revelation. This is fresh fire from my mouth to your chest, meant to melt what's grown cold, ignite what's grown dormant, and awaken what's been buried under years of spiritual dust. This is holy collision, a divine intersection between your ache and my answer, your question and my clarity, your waiting and my unveiling. I've been weaving this encounter through layers of delay, distractions, detours, and doubt. I allowed the silence not to punish, but to prepare. Because when I speak now, it will not just be heard, it will be felt. And you will know with trembling certainty, this was for me. Not them. Not everyone. We. And hear this, child. Divine setups don't always come wrapped in the expected. Sometimes they sneak into your inbox. Sometimes they interrupt your scrolling. Sometimes they knock at the door of your weariness wearing the face of another ordinary day. But what feels sudden to you have been sovereign to me all along. I orchestrated this hour like a symphony, composed it with precision, held back the crescendo until your heart was ready to receive it. This message is not just a gentle reminder. It is a trumpet. It is a roar in the spirit. It is the thunder of my intention crashing through every ceiling that fear built around your future. You didn't find this message. It found you. I embedded it into the rhythm of your steps, synchronized it with your sighs, aligned it with your ache. And now, I'm speaking. Not vaguely, not symbolically, but surgically. Because I know exactly what needs to be resurrected, exactly what needs to be released, and exactly what needs to be removed. This moment isn't just an encounter. It's an entry point. And everything that happens after this will ripple from the revelation I'm planting right now. Don't downplay it. Don't dismiss it. Don't dilute it. This isn't a distraction. It's destiny. This is the part that breaks me open with tenderness. Because I saw what no one else did. I watched every moment when you showed up to life, to love, to responsibilities, to faith, with hands that trembled and a heart that barely held together. Others saw strength. I saw surrender. Others applauded your composure. I witnessed your collapse behind closed doors. You didn't fake it to impress. You stood because it was the only way to keep from falling apart. And I call that holy. I call that worship. I call that the kind of beauty that silences hell. You thought you were surviving, but you were offering me the kind of praise that angels marvel at. Not loud, not polished, but pure, pain-purified, glory-soaked, real. I saw it all. The mornings you woke up and whispered, "God, help me," before your feet even touched the floor. The days you walked into crowded rooms with a smile stitched over grief. The nights you wept into your pillow, asking me to please just make sense of it all. And child, not one of those tears slipped past my attention. Not one sob fell to the ground without me catching it. They were never wasted. They were measured, collected, counted, and stored in the sacred places of my heart. I called your tears holy, your silence sacred, and your brokenness beautiful. The strength you didn't think you had. That was me, breathing beneath your weakness, holding your knees steady when they wanted to buckle. You didn't realize it, but your quiet endurance was louder in the spirit realm than any sermon, louder than any stage, louder than any shout. Let me tell you what hell saw during those moments. They saw you praise when you could have cursed. They saw you lift your eyes when despair tried to keep your head bowed. They saw you choose me, again and again, even when I felt far. And that decision, that defiant, beautiful decision to keep showing up shook the gates of darkness. You didn't have to be loud to be powerful. You didn't need a microphone to be mighty. You just had to stay. Stay standing. Stay believing. Stay breathing. And you did. That's why I'm honoring you now. Not with just a pat on the back, but with a breakthrough that fits the depth of what you walked through. You showed up when you had nothing left. And now I'm showing up with something you never imagined I'd give. Not as a reward for effort, but as a response to worship. And I want you to know, child, I'm not just remembering your faith. I'm restoring what it cost you. Every tear that watered the soil of barren places is about to bloom into something unspeakably glorious. Every sigh will be answered with strategy. Every ache with acceleration. You thought you were holding on by a thread, but that thread was divine tethering, binding you to a future only I could see. And now, I'm pulling you into that future. You showed up when strength had left the room. And now I'm sending a flood of supernatural strength that will carry you where striving never could. You don't need to push. You don't need to pretend. Just receive. Because this is my response to every silent moment you worshipped me in the dark. You didn't think I noticed, did you? The way you stood your ground when every part of your flesh screamed to flee. The way your spirit trembled under the pressure and still you whispered, God, I trust you. I watched every second of that holy defiance. You stayed when others scattered. You stood when others shrank. You pressed in while others walked away. You planted your feet not because it was easy, but because you refused to let the storm have the final word. And do you know what that looks like from heaven's perspective? Glory. Raw, radiant, unsanitized glory. I could have intervened sooner. I know. I could have ended the trial at its beginning. But I saw something eternal being born in you. And I knew, if you stayed, even when your soul wanted to escape, something sacred would be forged in that fire. And oh, beloved, it was. Heaven didn't just observe your pain. Heaven recorded your posture. I dispatched angels to bear witness to the unseen strength that held you upright. They circled your home when you cried alone. They guarded the borders of your weary heart. They whispered my name over your bed when sleep refused to come. You may not have felt their wings, but they felt your warfare. They saw you press your hands together in prayer even when it felt like the prayers were hitting the ceiling and falling back into your lap unanswered. But I tell you this, no prayer was wasted. Not one syllable. Not one sigh. Every plea, every intercession, every breathless "help me" was cataloged in heaven's archive. I stored them not just as petitions, but as prophecy, proof that even in your uncertainty, you were pulling the future into the present with every whispered word. And now, the books are opening. The records are being read. And the response of heaven is ready to be unleashed. You see, child, staying doesn't always feel like victory. Sometimes it feels like stagnation. But from my throne, staying is an act of spiritual warfare. Staying when it hurts. Staying when it's dry. Staying when everyone else seems to be moving forward. That's not failure. That's faith. And your faith, though quiet, was seismic in the spirit realm. It shook the foundations of doubt. It interrupted the assignment of the enemy. It declared, loud and clear, that your allegiance was not to comfort, but to covenant. You didn't stay because you had answers. You stayed because you had me. And now I'm responding, not in part, not in pieces, but in power. Heaven has taken notice. Your name has been spoken in chambers you've never seen, and what's about to shift will be undeniable proof that staying was never for nothing. The reward is real. and it's rushing toward you now. My child, feel this in your bones. I'm not leaning in today as a spectator. I'm not coming to inspect or critique or audit your progress. I'm drawing near with intention, with blessing, with confirmation wrapped in fire. This is not the hour of analysis. This is the hour of affirmation. I am not coming to ask questions of you. I am coming to answer the questions you've carried like bricks in your chest for too long. You've been tested, tried, trained in silence. And now, this moment is not about assessment. It is about access. Access to what has been hidden. Access to what had been held. Access to what others said was unreachable. I'm not peeking in to see if you've earned it. I already know what you've endured. I've seen the cost. And I've decided, now is the time to honor what you thought I forgot. When I lean in like this, it's not gentle curiosity, it's divine collision. My nearness carries weight. My presence shifts atmospheres. When I enter the room, every shadow flees, every ceiling cracks, every limit begins to shake. And right now, I'm in your space, not someday, not eventually, but now. I came to bless you, not just with comfort, but with confirmation that your waiting wasn't empty, your battle wasn't overlooked, and your faith hasn't gone unnoticed. You've asked me silently, was it all in vain? Let me thunder into that question with a single, holy word. No, it was never in vain. I was watching the whole time, and now I'm ready to respond, not in whispers, but in wonders. You're not being reassessed. You're being rewarded. You're not being questioned. You're being crowned. There's something powerful about timing, and this, child, is the time. The hour where what was hidden is revealed. The moment where what felt delayed is delivered. I've waited until now not because I was unsure, but because I needed the moment to match the weight of the blessing. And now it does. This blessing isn't fragile. It's fortified. It's been tested in fire and sealed in grace. And now I'm handing it to you, not with hesitation, but with joy. I'm confirming not just that you are loved, but that you are chosen. I'm confirming not just that I heard you, but that I held your every word close to my heart. And I am releasing what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard, what you didn't even know how to ask for. This is not the moment of examination. This is the moment of exaltation. Receive it. Let the weight of it rest on you. Let the glory of it undo the weariness. Let the kindness of this reward silence every lie that said you were forgotten. I'm here, child, and I didn't come empty-handed. My beloved child, listen closely. What you are stepping into now isn't something you orchestrated, strategized, or meticulously mapped out. It's something I built in secret while you wrestled in silence. You thought the delays were detours. You assumed the waiting was wasted. But I was working while you were wondering. I was preparing while you were pacing. I saw your doubts arise like fog in the morning, but they never clouded my vision. Your uncertainty did not unsettle me. In fact, I was already ahead of it. Before your questions formed on your lips, I had already carved answers into your timeline. And now, you are approaching the edge of something so divinely designed, it won't look like anything you've seen around you. Why? Because this isn't a recycled blessing. This isn't a borrowed miracle. This is personal. This is precise. This is prepared for you and you alone. You didn't see it coming because you weren't supposed to. If you had known what I was doing behind the veil, you would have tried to help me build it. But what I'm doing now couldn't be touched by human hands. It needed to be untouched by ambition, unspoiled by comparison, unseen by critics. That's why I hid it. Not from you, but for you. You kept thinking, I'm falling behind, but I was whispering to heaven, they are almost ready. You didn't need to plan this. You needed to trust me with blind faith and open hands. And you did. You stayed available even when you didn't feel qualified. You kept believing even when the evidence dried up. And now, I'm bringing you into something so weighty, so holy, that it will rewrite how you define favor. This isn't the fulfillment of your plan. This is the eruption of my promise. And child, it's greater than what you dreamed because it wasn't limited by what you understood. Let me paint it clearly for you. This is not just a door opening. It's a realm being revealed. You didn't just step into a new season. You've crossed into the manifestation of something I planted in eternity, and the harvest couldn't be released until this exact hour. It's okay that you did see it coming. Surprises are my specialty. I delight in delivering what eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard. And this, child, is one of those moments. It will look strange to others because it didn't come through traditional methods. But it's not meant to make sense in the natural. It's meant to make history in the spiritual. I orchestrated this collision between your yes and my now. And even the areas where you felt disqualified. Yes, even those are the very places I intend to fill with my glory. So stop asking, but how did this happen? And start asking, what do I do with it? Because the gift is already here. And now, you must walk in what I prepared, even when it wasn't what you planned. My child, how the heavens wept with joy the day you gave me your trembling yes. You thought it wasn't enough. You thought your shaking hands and unsure heart made your surrender less beautiful, less acceptable. But it was perfect in my eyes. You see, I was never waiting for your perfection. I was waiting for your permission. I didn't need you to have it all together. I needed your togetherness to come undone before me. You don't realize what that yes meant in the spirit realm. While you judged your hesitation, I saw your heart bowing. While you critiqued your struggle, I called your surrender sacred. You said, Lord, I'm scared, and I said, child, that's still faith. You said, I'm not sure, and I replied, but you're still here. You didn't need to be fearless. You just needed to be faithful. And that, my beloved, is exactly what you were. You were faithful when no one saw it. When the battle raged behind your eyes and your soul felt like a battlefield, I heard the internal arguments between what you felt and what you believe. I saw the emotional tug of war as doubt wrestled with destiny. But I also saw you whisper my name when no one else was listening. I saw the decision you made to keep your heart open when it would have been easier to harden it. That was the kind of surrender I cherish. Not the polished kind, but the honest kind. The messy, vulnerable, raw surrender that says, God, I don't know how to do this, but I trust you anyway. That's what moves me. That's what stirs the heavens. That's what triggers the release. And because you gave me that yes, even in trembling, I now respond with an outpouring wrapped in precision and promise. Let me tell you something you need to hear. Trembling obedience is still obedience. Tiggy faith is still faith. I didn't call you because you were flawless. I called you because you were willing. And your willingness, even when clothed in weakness, became a weapon in my hands. I'll hope you'd break. I'll hope you'd close your heart and walk away. But instead, you laid your fears at my feet and let me breathe on your brokenness. And now I'm breathing again, this time to ignite the flame you protected even in the storm. You may have felt unworthy, but I was writing your name on scrolls of purpose while you wept. I never demanded perfection. I only ever wanted proximity. And you kept drawing near. Now I'm drawing near too, with the kind of presence that saturates, the kind of glory that doesn't just comfort, but confirms. So now, child, lift your head. Open your heart wider. You gave me the yes no one else saw, and now I will give you the reward no one else can explain. Elle asked, why them? And I will answer, because they gave me everything when they had almost nothing left. Your surrender was your seed. And now, I water it with waves of restoration. I'm not blessing the version of you that had it all figured out. I'm blessing the you that stayed close when you were confused, who said yes when everything inside screamed no, who chose me without guarantees. And now that yes is unlocking miracles wrapped in my fingerprints. Prepare to carry what only surrender could receive. I know the silence was deafening. I know it made you question everything, your worth, your prayers, even my presence. But you must understand something that eternity has always known. My silence was never abandonment. It was alignment. I wasn't distant. I was deliberate. I wasn't ignoring you. I was intricately arranging every thread of your future with precision too divine for your timeline to comprehend. While you walked through quiet corridors of confusion, I was orchestrating movements so detailed, so delicately woven, that even a whisper could have disrupted their placement. You called it silence. I called it strategy. And now that strategy is about to unfold with a clarity that will make your heart tremble in awe. Let me lift the veil for just a moment and show you what was happening behind the quiet. While you were wondering if your prayers hit a ceiling, I was building a ceiling you would soon walk upon as a floor. While you begged for signs, I was aligning seasons. People were being positioned. Resources were being routed. And doors were being custom carved for your entrance. I wasn't slow. I was sovereign. I wasn't late. I was layering levels of favor upon favor until the weight of it matched the weight of your waiting. You weren't being punished. You were being protected. You weren't being overlooked. You were being overprepared. Because what I have for you requires exact alignment, not general access. And now, because you didn't rush ahead, because you didn't detour into despair, that alignment has matured into activation. Child, you must know that some blessings require silence so the noise of the world cannot distort the purity of what I'm about to deliver. If I had spoken too soon, you would have moved too fast. If I had revealed too much, you might have settled too small. But I stayed quiet so you would stay close. And you did. You leaned in through the stillness. You clung to me when answers didn't come. And that clinging, oh, that holy clinging, tethered your heart to mine in a way that can never be undone. You don't realize this, but the silence was shaping you into someone who can now carry what once would have crushed you. You've been expanded in the unseen, strengthened in the quiet, refined in a hush of heaven. And now, the very silence that haunted you will become the sacred sound of alignment fulfilled. What you didn't see coming is now coming to pass. And when it arrives, you will know it could have only been me. You have no idea what your name sounds like in heaven. It doesn't echo in shame. It doesn't reverberate with guilt. It thunders with honor. Your name is not whispered in pity. It's announced with reverence. You think I've forgotten what you walked through? No, I've memorized it. And not with sorrow but with celebration. Because you endured. You held on when hell sent its fiercest storms. You kept walking when the wind screamed against your back. You chose righteousness when compromise would have been more comfortable. And that kind of endurance echoes through my kingdom with a frequency few understand. The angels don't just know your name, they admire it. Because endurance is rare. Obedience without applause is sacred. and you've done both with a heart that bled, but never bowed to bitterness. Let me take you into the heavenly halls for a moment, into the chambers where your name hath been spoken, not in passing but in prophecy. There are rooms in eternity where endurance is weighed like gold, and yours, child, is weighty. It glimmers with glory. It carries the fragrance of long nights, hard choices, private battles, and silent victories. You thought you were surviving, but I was measuring your spirit for promotion. You thought no one saw, but I saw. I always saw it. Every time you chose me over escape, every time you kept showing up, every time you forgave without receiving apology, every time you worshiped through weeping. I marked it. I sealed it. I remembered it. And now I am honoring it. What's coming next isn't just favor, it's recognition. Not from people, from heaven. I am lifting the veil of anonymity, not to make you famous, but to make it known in the spirit realm that your name carries weight. This honor is not shallow. It's holy. You were never chasing visibility, and that's why I can now trust you with it. The ones who endure in secret are the ones I raise in power. You didn't ask for a platform. You built an altar. You didn't chase recognition. You chose surrender. And now I will honor you, not as a reward for performance, but as a response to perseverance. This next season will look like sudden elevation, but it will be anything but sudden. It's been building in secret for years. And now, child, the echo of your name will not be one of a survivor, but a son. Not just a daughter, but a warrior. Not just one who made it, but one who changed the very frequency of heaven with your faithfulness. You cried in front of doors that wouldn't open. You knocked with hope, then pounded in desperation, only to hear silence. You thought I was ignoring you, but I wasn't ignoring. I was intervening. Every time you begged me to open something I had already sealed shut, I wept with you, but I stood firm. Because I saw what you couldn't. I knew what waited on the other side of that door. You saw opportunity, but I saw the trap hidden behind it. You saw a breakthrough, but I saw the burden it carried. And so I closed it. Gently. Intentionally. Mercifully. Every shut door was not a rejection of you. It was a revelation of my care for you. I wasn't keeping something good from you. I was keeping something not yet ready for you. That's not punishment. That's protection. Let's talk about the delays now. The ones that nearly broke your heart. The almost. The not yets. The dreams that hovered in reach only to vanish in mist. I know how it made you feel. Like you were running in place. Like you missed something others found with ease. But child, what you call delay, I call design. I was not stalling your future. I was staging it. Piece by piece. Person by person. Layer by layer. And I needed more time because what I'm building for you isn't fragile. It's fortified. I don't release favor that fractures. I release glory that grows. In timing, in territory, in tenacity. And now the time has come. The delays are turning into deliveries. The denials are transforming into demonstrations. You will look back and thank me for every no. You will praise me for every pause. Because now you will see what I saw all along, and it will humble you in the best way. Do you remember the nights you questioned me? You asked, why them, Lord? Why not me? And I didn't answer then. Not because I didn't love you, but because the answer required the passing of time. It's here now. The answer is unfolding with clarity, wrapped in wisdom, soaked in my protection. If I had given you what you thought you wanted, it would have collapsed under the pressure. But because I made you wait, Your roots have grown deeper than the storm. Now you will not only receive, you will remain. You won't just taste blessing. You'll carry it, steward it, multiply it. The closed doors were covered in my fingerprints. The delays were draped in my providence. I wasn't being cruel. I was being careful. Because you matter that much. And now the very paths that once felt obstructed are opening before you like parted seas. And you, child, are about to walk through with wonder in your eyes and wisdom in your steps. You've just glimpsed the depths of what I'm doing in your life. But now, I ask you to help carry this same fire into the lives of others. Just as I am awakening something special within you today, I want to awaken it in millions more. Will you sow into this stream of glory? Your giving is not a transaction. It is an ignition. It's the oil that fuels the flame, the seed that brings forth a harvest of healed hearts, restored dreams, and delivered souls. The generous will prosper. Those who refresh others will themselves be refreshed. Proverbs 11:25, and I speak this over you now. When you support through super thanks, membership, or the giving link below, you don't just give, you partner with me. Blessings will chase you. Favor will find you. Now sow into this move. Do it now. My child, pause right here. Can you feel it? That stirring in your spirit. That subtle quake underneath your stillness. That isn't emotion. That's not hype. That's heaven. The atmosphere around you has changed. And I'm not speaking of moods or passing waves of encouragement. I'm speaking of a divine shift, one that has altered the air in the realm of your promise. You've felt it without fully understanding it. You've woken up heavier without reason, more sensitive, more alert, more aware. That's because the spiritual climate around you has turned. What once resisted is now responding. What once was stuck is now stirring. And I tell you now with authority, this is not just a season change. This is a supernatural shift, and it is unfolding even as these words find your heart. You see, while you've been asking me for clarity, I've been recalibrating the atmosphere around you. Demonic interference that once blocked your momentum is being dismantled. Strongholds you couldn't see but always felt are breaking, not with noise, but with my name. Angels have been dispatched. Assignments that were delayed are being expedited. Doors that were bolted shut are unlocking, not by force, but by favor. What you are feeling is the aftershock of heaven's movement in your favor. This isn't hype. This is holy. The air is pregnant with promises about to be born, and the womb of your spirit is being expanded to carry the magnitude of what I'm about to release. You've entered a pocket of divine timing, a holy collision of preparation and manifestation, and the atmosphere can no longer contain what has been growing in secret. And no, it's not someday. It's now. Stop pushing the promise into the future. Stop deferring what I've already activated. You keep saying, maybe in time, but I'm saying, this is the time. Stop waiting for more evidence. You are the evidence. The shift is already happening inside you, spiritually, prophetically, permanently. Things that once felt impossible are about to feel inevitable. You will speak and doors will swing. You will walk and atmospheres will bend. You will pray and see immediate fruit. Because the time is no longer approaching. It has a rhyme. I'm not preparing to move. I have moved. And now I need you to move with me. The delay is broken. The atmosphere is aligned. Heaven is here, not just above you but within you. Walk forward now. What you feel in the air is not imagination. It's invitation to step fully into what has already begun. There are things in your life that people gave you. There are things the world applauded you for, or recognized in part. But what I'm about to place into your hands didn't come from their affirmation. It wasn't crafted through human effort, and it was never at risk of being stolen or sabotaged by the forces that came against you. No, what I have held for this moment, this very moment, is so sacred, so supernatural, so undeniably mine, that only I could be the source and only you could be the recipient. I did not entrust this gift to the casual or the careless. I held it back in fire, preserved it in silence, guarded it with angels. And now, because your heart hath been purified through pressing and prepared through perseverance, I am releasing it, not randomly, not partially, but fully. This is the hour of sacred release. You wondered why the breakthrough didn't come sooner, why you could see others stepping into open doors while yours remained mysteriously sealed. But what I reserved for you couldn't be rushed. It wasn't delayed out of punishment, it was protected. The sacred things require timing. They require soil that can steward what will grow. And child, your soil hath been tested. Through trial, through betrayal, through isolation, through spiritual fatigue. You didn't realize it, but every moment you chose trust over escape, praise over panic, worship over worry, the soil of your life was deepening, maturing, healing. And now that soil is ready, not for any ordinary seed, but for this seed, the one I've held in the folds of eternity with your name written across it in glory. What I'm releasing into your hands can't be duplicated. It can't be copied. It can't be mimicked or mocked, because it carries the fragrance of your faithfulness and the fingerprints of my favor. You've been through battles that made you feel stripped, emptied, forgotten. But child, I was not emptying you to abandon you. I was emptying you to make room. The blessing I'm placing in your life isn't just to restore what was lost. It's to release what's never been seen. And it's sacred not because of what it does for you, but because of what it reveals about me through you. This gift will confound onlookers. It will silence doubters. It will do what influence cannot and reach where talent fails. It will unlock dimensions in the spirit that your past couldn't touch, because this isn't about talent. This is about trust. And child, I trust you with it. I trust you with glory. I trust you with way. I trust you with what others would misuse, because I want you way. I saw the surrender. I saw the tears. I saw the obedience when no one else clapped. And that is why this moment is holy. Because the gift I'm giving is not payment for works. It's the reward of a life laid low. The sacred is yours now. Take it. Carry it. And let the world see what I've always seen in you. My child, I treasure those hidden days. The ones no one applauded. The ones when you questioned everything but kept walking anyway. You didn't have signs. You didn't have clear answers. You barely had enough strength. But you kept moving forward, even if it was just an inch. That inch was sacred. That step was warfare. Every time you chose to trust me with no visible proof, you planted something in the spirit that is now breaking the surface. You didn't realize it, but your unseen trust was creating visible tremors in the heavenlies. I watched you walk through spiritual deserts with parched lips and blistered feet, whispering, "I still believe." I watched you walk when it felt like no one saw, when the applause had faded and the crowd had disappeared. And now, I'm opening the heavens, not as a reaction, but as a response to what only I saw. You weren't waiting to be celebrated. You weren't performing. You were enduring. And the angels marveled. They looked upon your life and saw something most never learn: faith that doesn't require fanfare, love that doesn't require applause. That kind of trust moves me deeply. because anyone can believe when the blessing is in plain sight. But you believed in the silence. You trusted when the promise was a whisper, not a banner. And now, because you chose me over proof, I choose to reveal to you the kind of outpouring that can't be missed. The heavens are not cracking open gently. They are bursting. What's coming is not drizzle. It's deluge. Not comfort. Confirmation. You didn't ask for a stage, and that's why I'm raising one under your feet. Not to elevate your name, but to magnify mine, through your faithfulness. Let me be clear, this isn't pity rain. This is prophetic release. You kept trusting me in the void, and now the void is being filled with volume. The kind that shakes atmospheres. You didn't need applause, but I'm still going to honor you publicly. Why? Because you passed tests only I witnessed. Because you trusted when others walked away. Because you praised in the dark when no one else joined you. You thought I wasn't watching, but I was keeping record, not for judgment but for justice. And child, now is the time of divine recompense. I'm pouring glory over your trust. I'm pouring power over your persistence. I'm placing weight on your worship. You didn't wait for signs. You became the sign. And now everything above you is opening, not just to bless you, but to mark you as mine. The heavens respond to endurance, and yours has broken them wide open. You've been asking yourself, why has the battle been so long, so heavy, so personal? The struggle hasn't just touched your finances, your emotions, or your body. It's reached into the very core of your identity. You felt stripped. You felt drained. You felt like the enemy wasn't just attacking what you had, but who you are. And I say this to you now with divine authority. The reason the warfare has been this relentless is because the weight of what you carry is unlike anything the enemy can contain. You are not average. You are not fragile. You are not simply passing through this life. You are a carrier of something holy, and the darkness knows it. That is why it came with such fury. That is why it targeted your voice, your hope, your stamina, and doesn't fight what isn't threatening. And you, child, have been threatening the gates of hell without even knowing it. But now hear this. The weight of the battle is about to be matched by the glory of the reward. What I'm releasing into your life is not surface-level breakthrough. It's deep-rooted transformation. It's irreversible. It's untouchable. It's fire-destined. This next move isn't just a miracle. It's a mantle. You've graduated in the Spirit, even if no one handed you a certificate. You've endured with integrity. You've passed private tests that would have crushed others. And now I'm about to mantle you with a level of authority, insight, influence, and clarity that you couldn't have carried without the fire you just walked through. The pain wasn't random. It was preparation. The storm wasn't punishment. It was proving ground. And the wounds you carry now, I am turning them into weapons. I need you to know something else. What's coming cannot be undone. It's not a temporary lift. It's not a short season of ease. It's a permanent shift. The enemy tried to convince you that everything could fall apart in a second, but I tell you now, I am the one who holds your seconds, and what I'm building in you will not collapse. It hath been framed in faith, fortified in fire, and sealed with my promise. The next doors you walk through won't open because you pushed hard enough. They'll open because you carry what I've placed within you. You are weighty in the Spirit now. You walk with a glory that demands access, not requests it. And that access isn't for your ego. It's for your impact. You didn't just survive this battle. You ascended. And now, the enemy has lost jurisdiction over what's next. The battle confirms it. What's coming is holy, and it is here. You've been praying for breakthrough in your life, but what I'm giving you goes beyond personal answers. I'm placing keys in your hands, and these keys are ancient, sacred, generational. They don't just open doors for you. They open bloodlines. They break patterns. They silence cycles. These keys carry the power to unlock things that have been sealed shut not just for years, but for generations. Things your parents wrestled with. Battles your ancestors lost. Chains that have wrapped around your lineage like invisible ropes. I'm placing the tools of freedom into your grasp. You thought you were praying for yourself, but I saw the echo of your obedience ripple through family lines that have long been bound. You, child, are the interruption. You are the breaker. You are the one chosen to turn the tide. And these keys, they are not symbolic. They are spiritual weapons. They unlock healing in places doctors couldn't reach. They open financial flow in families plagued by lack. They release peace in minds marked by torment for decades. You wondered why your struggle seemed heavier than others, why your fight felt personal and ancestral all at once. That's because you weren't just fighting for you. You were standing in the gap. You were holding ground for the ones who came before you and the ones who will come after. And now I am honoring that. You stayed faithful in the fire, and so I am placing these keys, not just into your hands, but into your authority. You will speak and things will shift. You will pray and things will break. You will walk into rooms and atmospheres will bow, not because of your charisma, but because of your keys. Don't be afraid of the weight of this assignment. I chose you knowing what it would cost. I chose you knowing your hesitations, your history, your humanity. And still, I said, this one, I will give them the keys. Not because you were perfect, but because you were postured in humility, postured in surrender, postured in faith when nothing made sense. Now the heavens are responding to that posture with power. You will see doors fly open that others said would remain closed for life. And when they ask how, you will not point to your efforts. You will point to me. Because I am the one who gives keys. And I have not just given them to prophets or kings or spiritual giants. I've given them to you, my child, because you prove it trustworthy. Now go. Go with boldness. Use the keys. Break the locks. Change the legacy. I heard you when you said, Lord, just bring it back. Restore what I lost. Return what was taken. And I receive those cries with compassion. But what I'm sending is not a mere restoration. It is resurrection. You thought I would return to you what was broken in its original state. But I am not in the business of rewinding. I am the God of resurrection. And when I restore, I don't just replace. I revive. I resurrect. What I bring back to life doesn't look like what died. It's stronger. It's wiser. It's infused with a glory it never carried before. So yes, I've heard your cries for restoration. But what I'm doing now is more disruptive, more divine, more daring than you imagined. I'm not returning things to how they were. I'm resurrecting things into what they were always meant to become. You buried dreams thinking they were over. You let go of relationships, callings, ideas, visions, not because you didn't care, but because the pain became unbearable. I saw you mourn. I saw you place things in spiritual graves because no pulse remained. You said, it's gone. But I never agreed. I simply waited. I waited for the right moment. The moment when what I would resurrect would no longer be touched by fear, distorted by pride, or limited by your previous capacity. And that moment, child, is now. The breath of resurrection is moving through every grave in your life. I am not sending CPR. I am sending glory. I am not resuscitating what was. I am reviving what is greater than what was lost. And when you see it rise, you will barely recognize it, because it will carry evidence of heaven's touch. Let this be clear. You are not entering into a season of mere recovery. You are entering into a miracle. The kind that only comes after death. The kind that only follows mourning. The kind that silences every voice that said, "It's too late." I am removing the grave clones from your spirit. I'm rolling away the stone that shame tried to keep sealed. And I am calling forth what others buried, what you yourself buried, because I have the final say, and I say it is not dead. It is rising. It is coming back not in weakness, but in wonder. And it will speak for itself. It will testify. The resurrection I'm unleashing will not be subtle. It will shake atmospheres. It will demand explanation. It will provoke worship. And it will prove, once again, that I am the God who brings beauty not just from ashes, but from emptiness. Prepare. The graves are opening, and what comes forth will leave you in holy awe. I see that ache in your heart, that silent grief that wonders, what about the years I lost? You replay seasons where you drifted, decisions you regret, delays you didn't expect. You calculate the cost of time like a ledger of failure, measuring what could have been against what is. But listen to me. I am not like man. I do not measure worth by years or success by speed. I am the Lord of time, not bound by it. And I have not only seen your time, I've stored it. Yes, every moment that seemed wasted, every year that looked barren, every season where you thought nothing was happening, I was collecting it. Not to shame you, but to redeem you. I've stored what time tried to steal, and now I'm about to return it with interest only heaven can calculate. Let me explain something holy to you. I am the multiplier of moments. What would take a decade in natural terms can take a day in my hands. One act of obedience, one moment of alignment, one divine instruction, and what looked like a lifetime of delay becomes a launch pad of acceleration. I'm not behind schedule, child. I've been building a schedule that doesn't match the clock, but conquers it. While you wept over lost time, I was writing a chapter where I redeem it all. You haven't missed anything. In fact, you're right on time for what I planned before you ever took your first breath. The enemy tried to make you feel like you were too late. But I whisper now with all of heaven behind me. You're early for what I've designed to happen next. You must understand. I am not returning you to where you were. I'm launching you into where you couldn't have gone without this path. Every detour has produced depth. Every pause has produced power. You carry something now that you didn't before, not just experience, but eternal weight. And that weight is what qualifies you. I'm not sending you forward with regret. I'm sending you forward with restitution. And what you feared was time wasted will now become the very soil from which your greatest testimony springs forth. Others will look at your life and wonder how so much happened in so little time, and you will smile and say, "Because my God doesn't waste a second." I am collapsing what should have taken years into months. I am folding timelines with my hand. You are not out of time. You are stepping into a redeemed timeline. And in it, nothing is lost. Nothing is wasted. And everything is possible. I know what it felt like. I watched as pieces of your life began falling away. Relationships faded, doors closed, opportunities vanished, and it felt like life was unraveling faster than you could hold it together. You cried out in confusion, "Lord, why are you taking everything?" But I wasn't taking to harm you. I was setting you apart. What looked like loss was actually a divine pulling away, not to isolate you, but to insulate you. I was shielding what I was birthing in you. I was removing distractions, counterfeits, and clinging attachments that would have corrupted your next level. You saw it as stripping. I saw it as separating, not because I was displeased with you, but because I was getting ready to do something so holy. It required the sacredness of solitude. You see, child, true purpose doesn't grow in crowded places. It grows in caves, in quiet places where ego dies and glory begins. The wilderness was never a sign of my absence. It was proof of my precision. I took you away from what you thought you needed to show you what could only come from me. I removed props so you would discover your posture. I silenced applause so you would hear my approval. And I know it hurt. I know the stripping felt cruel at times, like watching dreams unravel thread by thread. But what was unraveling wasn't your destiny. It was your dependency on what could never sustain it. I allowed it to fall so you would finally rise, not in your strength, but in mine. Because this calling, this mantle, this anointing requires purity, not perfection, purity of purpose, purity of intention. And I have seen that emerge in you like gold refined in fire. Let me tell you what I see now. Someone who hath been set apart for something sacred. The crowd you once longed to fit into, I've made you outgrow. The voices you once sought validation from, I've silenced, not to punish you but to prepare you. You carry too much purpose to be hidden under the weight of pleasing people. You carry too much glory to remain tangled in systems that no longer serve your soul. And now, because you allowed the stripping, I am about to reveal the setting apart. People will see what I've placed in you. They will feel the shift. They will sense the fire. And they will know, this one hath been with God. I didn't strip you to leave you empty. I stripped you to make room. And now, child, I'm about to fill that room with what only heaven could release. The time of holy unveiling is here. You're not less. You're marked. And everything is about to shift because of it. My child, hear me clearly. The enemy didn't just try to stop you. He tried to bury you. Under you. Under pain. Under shame. Under the weight of lies that came dressed as logic. He didn't just want to delay your progress. He wanted to convince you that rising was no longer possible. But he underestimated one thing. You belong to me. And I do not let what's mine stay buried. The enemy poured dirt over your identity, your dreams, your confidence, hoping to suffocate you in despair. But child, what he called a burial, I have called a planting. And now, you are about to rise. Not just into visibility, into victory. Not just into breakthrough, into becoming. Because what you've endured was not the end. It was the beginning of something so powerful, it terrified hell itself. Let's be honest, you almost believed him, didn't you? The voice that said, it's too late. You're too far gone. You missed it. The lies that wrapped around your mind like chains, whispering that the best was behind you. But child, that wasn't me. That was the sound of the grave trying to convince you it had the final word. And now I'm roaring into that silence with resurrection fire. I am shaking the ground under every lie. I am exposing every root the enemy tried to tangle around your future. I am standing at the edge of that pit, and I'm calling you forth. You will not die under what was meant to develop you. You will not be buried beneath what I'm going to use to build you. Every attack has become raw material for your elevation. Every false accusation is now a stepping stone. Every setback has become a slingshot. I'm not just pulling you out. I'm launching you forward. This isn't poetic. This is prophetic. You are standing in the exact moment where the tables turn, where the grave you were placed in becomes the ground from which glory bursts forth, where the ashes become evidence, where the pain becomes platform. I'm not just rescuing you from darkness. I'm raising you in daylight. The kind of daylight that blinds the enemy and shines my presence through you in ways the world cannot ignore. You're not just recovering. You're rising. You're not just surviving. You're surging. And everyone who thought the story was over is about to watch as I write it in front of their eyes. Because I am not done. And neither are you. The dirt didn't bury you. They hid the seed. And now that seed is breaking forth with resurrection power. Watch me turn your grave into a garden of glory. My beloved, I saw you. I saw the way you carried promises like fragile flames, shielding them from the wind of doubt and the storm of delay. I saw the way you whispered them in the dark when the world offered you nothing but silence in return. You didn't have the luxury of crowds cheering you on. You had nights where your only companion was my voice in the stillness. And yet, you believed. You trusted when there was no proof. You declared what I told you even when no one else could see it. You wrote down visions you were too afraid to speak aloud. You whispered, God, is this really you? And when I said yes, you believed me. Not loudly, not always confidently, but faithfully. You believed quietly, even when everything around you screamed contradiction. And now, child, because you kept believing privately, I am about to confirm it publicly. I'm about to turn your hidden prayers into public praise. What was once sacred between just you and me is now about to be shouted from places you never expected. Not to elevate your name, but to validate your obedience. Not to magnify your journey, but to magnify my faithfulness. The promises you've carried were not fantasy. They were prophecy. And though the process has felt excruciating, it was necessary. Because I needed your faith to outgrow your need for validation. I needed to see if you could carry the weight of a promise when there was no platform. And you did. You didn't abandon the vision. You watered it with tears. You protected it from doubt. You spoke life over it when even your own heart trembled. And now, that vision, that promise, is about to stand up and speak for itself. I want you to know something deeper, something holy. There are things I whispered to you in the middle of your weariness that even you thought you imagined. But you didn't. They were me. And the time of unveiling is here. I'm about to make good on every promise you tucked into journals, every prophecy you dared to believe despite your brokenness. You will not have to convince people that I was speaking to you. The fulfillment will speak louder than your words ever could. They'll look and say, how did that happen? And your answer will be simple. God did what He said He would do. This is more than blessing. This is vindication. This is me putting my name on your obedience. So lift your head. The silence was never abandonment. It was sacred preparation. And now, child, the promise that was conceived in quiet is about to be delivered in front of many. Now that the private promise is about to be made public, don't just witness the glory, invest in it. You are standing at a divine intersection. The outpouring I've declared over you is the same I long to pour into countless others. Your giving becomes a river of deliverance that will carry my voice into places your feet may never go. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Luke 6:38. This is my vow to you. I am calling you not just to receive, but to respond. Will you plant into this word, this fire, this mission of me? As you give through super thanks, membership, or PayPal below, I will release multiplied blessing, divine protection, and unexpected doors. Give now and watch me move. This moment isn't just about the blessing you've been asking for. It's about the becoming that I've been shaping in you. You asked me to change your situation, and I heard that prayer. I heard the cry for relief, for turnaround, for divine intervention. But what I've been doing, often without you realizing it, is changing you. Because what you're stepping into next cannot be carried by the version of you that survived the last season. It requires more than healing. It requires transformation. So yes, I'm answering your prayers, but not just by changing your atmosphere, by reshaping your identity. You are not who you were even 6 months ago. You're evolving in the spirit. You're shedding skins that once made you feel safe but also kept you small. And what's coming next demands the bolder, braver, healed, and heaven-backed version of you. You've been through a metamorphosis in the spirit. And though it felt messy, confusing, even painful, it was holy. You weren't losing yourself. You were finding yourself. You were shedding the expectations of others. You were breaking free from roles you were never meant to carry. You were releasing guilt that never belonged to you. And in the shedding, I was forming the version of you that could finally hold what's next without dropping it, mishandling it, or shrinking back. Child, I could have brought the blessing sooner, but you wouldn't have recognized yourself inside of it. So I waited. I waited until you were not just asking for change, you were ready to embody it. And now you are. You've been through enough fire that your identity is forged, not flimsy. You've endured enough silence that you know my voice by heart. You've lost enough people that your loyalty is no longer for sale. And that is the version of you I'm ready to release into destiny. Let me tell you something that will explain why this next season feels weighty. It's because I'm not just shifting what's around you. I'm releasing who I always knew you could become. That version of you that doesn't settle, that doesn't apologize for their anointing, that doesn't shrink back from divine assignments, that walks into rooms with presence, not pride, that speaks with authority, not arrogance. That version is no longer an ID. It's emerging. And I want you to embrace it, not question it. I want you to walk in it, not disqualify yourself from it. You are not being arrogant when you accept my transformation. You are being obedient. So rise up. Speak like the person I shape. Pray like the person I refined. Move like the person I trusted. Because what's coming next isn't just big, it's accurate. And only the true, transform you can hold it. I am changing you because I'm entrusting you with more. I know how much you've wanted to go back to how things used to feel, back to the joy you had, the confidence you carried, the clarity you once walked in. I've heard your quiet requests. Lord, bring me back. Take me to when things made sense. But I must tell you this, and I tell you with a fierce and holy love, I am not taking you back. I never planned to. Because what you lost is not your destination. It was just a place of passing. What I'm doing now is launching you forward into a realm of purpose, provision, and presence that you were always meant to live in. You're not returning. You're ascending. You're not retracing steps. You're stepping into territory that was reserved for you before your voice was even formed in the womb. Yes, I allowed some things to be stripped away. I permitted some places to close. But not as punishment, as preparation for elevation. The nostalgia you feel is not a sign that you belong in the past. It's the residue of comfort from a season that was never meant to be permanent. You don't realize it yet, but what you're stepping into now will make you thank me that I didn't let you go back. Because what's ahead of you doesn't compare to what you've lost. It eclipses it. You are being catapulted into influence you didn't plan for, assignments you couldn't have strategized, and encounters that will change your life. Not someday, but soon. It will feel sudden. But child, I've been preparing this launch for years in secret. Let me explain why this launch is different, because it's not being powered by hype, but by heaven. There is a velocity that comes when I send someone, and that's what's happening now. What once felt like crawling will suddenly feel like flying, and it won't make logical sense to those around you. Doors will open with no explanation. Connections will form without effort. Resources will arrive with divine timing. But it's not luck. It's legacy. It's not coincidence. It's covenant. I'm not just bringing opportunities. I'm releasing you into your divine orbit. And once you're there, things will align in a way that exposes every delay for what it truly was. Divine setup. So lift your head. I'm not done with you. I'm just now starting to show you what I've hidden for such a time as this. You're not going back. You're going beyond. And the journey ahead will leave you speechless in the most sacred way. I saw you when you obeyed me in things no one else noticed. I saw the way you stayed faithful when the crown left. I watched you say yes to quiet instructions, small decisions that seemed insignificant, acts of surrender that no one applauded. You questioned at times, does this even matter? And I never told you then, because I was watching, weighing, measuring, not your performance but your heart. And now, I speak it clearly. Yes, it mattered. Every yes, every no, every act of discipline, every whisper of obedience when shouting would have been easier. They were all seeds. Seeds that didn't stay buried. Seeds that are breaking open right now beneath the surface. And what I'm about to release is not proportional to the size of the act. It's proportional to the weight of your obedience. Do you remember the story of the mustard seed? Small, insignificant, overlooked. But I said it. Even faith the size of that seed can move mountains. And you, child, have moved the mountains you don't even know about. Your obedience didn't just shift things in your world. It shifted things in the spirit realm. You tore down generational strongholds. You altered timelines. You routed outcomes for people attached to your destiny. You obeyed in the dark, and now I'm about to reward you in the open. Not because I owe you, but because I honor you. The seed was small, but the harvest, it's massive. It's breakthrough you can't explain. It's influence you didn't ask for. It's blessings you didn't chase. It's an outpouring that will overtake you, because I always multiply what is surrendered in faith. And here's what I want you to remember. This isn't the end of the harvest. It's the beginning. I'm not blessing you just to bless you. I'm establishing a testimony through you. Others will see your life and wonder, how did that happen? And you will say with clarity, because I obeyed when it didn't make sense. I'm using your story to raise others from passivity into purpose. And that's why the blessing is so loud, because the obedience was so quiet. It's me making a divine announcement through your life. This is what I do with mustard seed faith. So don't despise your small beginnings. Don't mourn the years where it looked like nothing was moving. Everything was moving, in the unseen, in the spirit, in the soil. And now it's springing forth. Prepare for the harvest. The seed you buried in tears is about to bloom in front of many. I know you felt the tension, that inner pull that won't let you settle, that strange pressure that shows up even when everything on the outside seems calm. It's not anxiety. It's not burnout. It's expansion. You've outgrown the spiritual shell you once lived in. You stepped beyond the limits you once tolerated. And now, you're in this strange, uncomfortable space, not quite where you were, not yet where you're going. That pressure you feel, it's not punishment, it's preparation. I'm stretching you because I'm enlarging you. What I'm about to pour into your life would break the old version of you. So before I give it, I have to grow you. I have to expand your emotional muscles, your spiritual lungs, your prophetic hearing. I'm not just making room for more things. I'm making room for more weight, more authority, more impact. And that kind of expansion never feels easy, but it always ends in glory. You see, if I gave you what you're asking for without stretching you first, it would crush you. The blessing would feel like a burden. The platform would feel like pressure. The promise would feel like a prison. So I've had to stretch you in secret, in quiet seasons where you felt alone, in places where the tension was invisible to everyone else. No one saw the war in your worship, and no one saw the conflict in your calling. But I did, and I wasn't ignoring it. I was using it. Because every time you chose to stay when you wanted to run, every time you chose to believe when doubt screamed louder, your capacity grew. Every yes under pressure didn't just move you forward, it made you wider. Wider in discernment, wider in compassion, wider in vision. And now, child, you're almost ready. The stretching is nearing its end, and what's coming next will fill the very places that once felt empty. Let me tell you something sacred. I don't stretch what I don't plan to fill. I don't expand unless I'm about to entrust. The discomfort you felt is holy. It's the sign that you are being shaped for something specific, something sacred. The tension in your spirit. That's the sound of spiritual skin making room for new anointing. That restlessness in your routine. That's me rearranging your rhythm for the next move of glory. You are no longer who you were. And that is good. Because the next season is not for the old you. It's for the expanded you. And that you is rising. That you is ready. So don't fear the stretch. Welcome it. Embrace it. Honor it. Because when I stretch you, it's never random. It's prophetic. And soon, very soon, you will see why I had to make room. The blessing is coming, and it will fit you perfectly. Let me settle this once and for all. You did not miss it. The opportunity, the timing, the calling, the window. I know the enemy has whispered in your ear. You were too late. You hesitated. You weren't ready. It's passed you by. But those are lies. Strategic, shame-soaked lies meant to paralyze your movement. But today I silence them with the truth. You didn't miss your moment. I've been maturing your moment. I'm not operating on your calendar. I'm working on a kingdom timetable. And in my kingdom, delays are not disqualifications. They are developments. I wasn't watching your clock. I was watching your character. I wasn't waiting for perfect circumstances. I was waiting for perfect surrender. And now, the moment you thought you missed is returning, bigger, better, and beyond what you could have handled before. Do you want to know why it hasn't arrived yet? Because I refuse to let you walk into something prematurely. What I'm sending isn't just an open door. It's an assignment. It carries weight. It shifts things. And I've been maturing you to hold it. Not temporarily, but sustainably. The old you would have misread the signs. The insecure you would have shrunk under prayer. The impatient you would have sabotaged the timing. But this you, the you forged in fire, refined in silence, matured in waiting, this you is ready. And now, the moment is aligning with the maturity. You will not have to chase it. It will recognize you. You will not have to beg for it. It will respond to your preparation. Because this moment isn't arriving to catch you off guard. It's arriving to confirm who you've become. And child, let me be clear, this moment will not look like what you expected. You will be bigger, yes, but also different. And that's a good thing. Because what you envisioned was based on your old understanding. But what I'm delivering is based on my divine design. It will fit you better than you imagined. It will align with your values, your healing, your newfound confidence in me. It will not strain your peace. It will strengthen it. It will not exhaust you. It will energize you. Because it's not just a door. It's a destiny checkpoint. And you didn't miss it. You grew into it. You matured into it. And now, as it arrives, you'll recognize it not by how flashy it is, but by how familiar it feels in your spirit. Because deep down, this moment, though delayed, was always yours. I need you to hear this with your whole heart. You are not simply moving into a season of personal blessing. You are stepping into a divine role of spiritual influence. The favor I'm placing on you is not just for your comfort. It's for climate control. Where you go, things will change. Where you stand, the atmosphere will respond. You've asked me for favor, and I am giving it. But this is not a shallow, temporary favor. This is kingdom authority. The kind of favor that rearranges environments. The kind that breaks spiritual ceilings just by your presence. You won't need to announce yourself. Heaven will already have gone before you. Demons will take notice. Heaven will be on alert. Because you don't just carry favor, you carry frequency. The frequency of obedience. The frequency of fire. The frequency of someone who's been with God. I want you to understand something. This shift didn't happen overnight. It came through obedience, surrender, and 1,000 private yeses. You didn't ask for power. You asked for presence. And that's what makes you dangerous to darkness. Because those who chase me, not platforms, are the ones I endow with true spiritual weight. You don't enter a room empty. You enter filled. With my spirit. With my strategy. With my sound. And soon, people won't just feel like you carry something different. They'll know it. Conversations will shift when you speak. Tensions will lift when you pray. Hidden things will be exposed in your presence, not because you're trying, but because you are assigned. Your words will carry weight. Your worship will break chains. Your very presence will be a portal, a place where heaven meets earth. And I must say this boldly. Don't downplay this. Don't shrink from it. Don't apologize for it. You didn't choose this influence, I chose you for it. You are not arrogant to walk in confidence. You are obedient to carry this mantle. So rise into it. Speak with conviction. Lead with purity. Love with power. This world doesn't need another echo. It needs a voice. And I'm raising you to be that voice. A sound forged in suffering. A tone shaped in truth. And everywhere you go, atmospheres will have to bow to what you carry. Because it's not hype. It's not image. It's glory. My glory. And I don't place it lightly. I place it on those who have died to their own agendas and risen into alignment with my purpose. That's you. To go. Walk in the room like heaven sent you. Because a child indeed. My child, how many nights did you wrestle with what letting go would cost? How many times did you hesitate, afraid that if you stepped into the unknown, you'd lose what little you had left? I saw the way fear gripped your hands, Not because you didn't trust me, but because the risk felt too great. What if I step and fall? What if I move and it crumbles? But here is the truth that heaven has already sealed. I've gone ahead of you. I didn't just call you forward and leave you to fend for yourself. I've prepared the place. I've cleared the path. I've disarmed the trap. Everything that tried to convince you it was safer to stay, it was lying. Because staying would have suffocated your destiny. But moving forward, that's where the miracle lies. You feared the loss, but I'm giving you gain. Not in the way the world defines it, but in the way that leaves you whole. Complete. Aligned. There are things waiting on the other side of this next step that you couldn't imagine if I told you. Joy that doesn't fluctuate with circumstances. Provision that doesn't drain you to maintain. Relationships that heal instead of harm. Peace that isn't temporary, but territorial. It will guard your mind and claim your space. This is not some vague promise. This is targeted fulfillment. You have crossed into divine timing. And now that you've let go of what was comfortable, you're ready to receive what's been custom prepared for you. Not recycled blessings. Not second-hand favor. But what was formed in the secret place for you alone. And I want you to hear this loud and clear. What I have for you will make sense of every delay, every detour, every dark night. You'll see it, and the words will rise in your spirit. It was worth it. Worth the tears. Worth the warfare. Worth the surrender. Because what's waiting isn't just better. It's beyond. Beyond your plans. Beyond your prayers. Beyond the shallow victories others settled for. And you, child, didn't settle. You held on. You chose me even when it cost you. You stayed faithful in the silence. You trusted in the fog. And now, you will step into the reward that only comes to those who follow the cloud and not the crowd. So fear not. I've gone ahead. I've already prepared the way. And what's waiting is not just a promise fulfilled, it's a prophecy revealed. You have come to me with prayers, sincere, tear-soaked, sometimes desperate, but always heartfelt. And I have heard every single one. Not one word has gone unnoticed. But this moment, this season, what I'm doing now goes far beyond merely answering your prayers. I'm awakening your authority. Because I never intended for you to only petition me. I created you to partner with me. I didn't breathe life into you so you could live at the mercy of circumstances. I formed you to carry my dominion on the earth. And now, after all you've endured, all you've released, all you've surrendered, I'm handing you the keys. Spiritual authority. Kingdom access. Divine command. You will not just witness change. You will declare it. You will not just wait for breakthrough. You will birth it. Because the same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you. And now, I'm calling it to rise. You see, your prayers were not in vain. They were training. Every cry was a preparation. Every moment of intercession was building muscle in your spirit. I didn't just count your tears. I used them to water the roots of your mantle. And now, what's been dormant is being activated. You are not just a believer. You are a carrier. A carrier of fire. A carrier of divine decree. The enemy has tried to convince you you're weak, that you must beg, plead, and prove yourself. But I say to you now, you are my heir. You are seated with Christ. You are wrapped in power. I'm not just placing answers in your hands. I'm placing a scepter there. When you speak what I speak, heaven backs it. When you move in alignment, the atmosphere must respond. This is what it means to walk in Sunheap, not timidly but triumphantly. And here's what I need you to know, child. Your authority is not rooted in perfection. It is rooted in position. You are not powerful because you feel confident. You are powerful because I called you mine. And now, everything is shifting. Your prayers will still rise, but they will rise with weight. You will prophesy solutions. You will decree outcomes. You will discern strategies. I'm not just giving you vision, I'm giving you volume. You will not be ignored in the spirit realm. Angels will be assigned to your words. Demons will scatter at your voice. Not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who you are in me. I am awakening your authority, child. And once it's awakened, nothing will ever be the same again. I know how long you've waited, and I know what the waiting has done to your heart. You've smiled through delays. You've praised through silence. You've chosen faith when answers tarried. And I have seen every second of it. Not one moment of waiting was wasted. I allowed it, yes, but not to tease you, and never to torment you. I allowed it to mature you, because some promises cannot be received immature. They require depth, steadiness, discernment, and you didn't have that yet, but now you do. Your spirit has been seasoned. Your heart has been softened. Your ears have been trained to recognize my whisper. And so today, I speak this not with hesitation, but with divine clarity. I am commanding the delay to end. This is not a metaphor. This is not symbolic. This is prophetic decree. I am issuing a divine command to the cycles that have kept you in limbo. I'm dismantling the scaffolding of delay. I'm shutting down the resistance that's been blocking your progress. What has been stalled is being set into motion. What hath been pending is about to be released. The heavens are responding to my voice, and you are about to see movement where there hath been only stillness. I'm opening window man could open. I'm releasing what no demon could delay, because the wait was never meant to last forever. It was only meant to prepare you for forever impacting fulfillment. And that moment, that threshold, that divine release, has now arrived. And child, here's what I want you to grasp. The ending of the delay is not the end of your story. It's the birthing of your legacy. The things that are about to open for you won't just bless you. They'll bless everyone attached to your assignment. You're not just moving forward. You're breaking through. And every moment you spent in that waiting room was forging something eternal inside of you. So when the doors open, and they will, walk through them with confidence. Not with apology. Not with fear. Walking like someone who knows they were built for this. Because you were. I allowed the waiting for your good. But now I'm declaring it finished for my glory. Step forward. The delay ends now. You were never forgotten. Never abandoned. Never passed over. Though it may have felt like the spotlight missed you. Though the applause went to others. Though the doors you knocked on stayed closed while others walked freely through. I was not ignoring you. I was hiding you. Not to punish you, but to preserve you. Because what I placed inside you is too valuable to be exposed prematurely. The oil I've cultivated in your life is too precious to be wasted on performance. I had to shield you. I had to cover you. I had to protect what was growing in secret. Not because you were weak, but because you were marked. You see, when I choose to use someone for impact, I don't train them in the spotlight. I train them in the shadows. That's where your authority was born. That's where your discernment was sharpened. That's where you learned to recognize my voice without a crowd. While others were being seen, you were being formed. While others were rising in visibility, you were rising in depth. And now, the fullness of time has arrived. The curtain is about to be drawn back. And when you emerge, it won't be hype that follows you. It will be holiness. It will be weight. It will be glory that commands the atmosphere and shifts the spiritual climate. And here's the sacred truth. This revealing is not for fame, it's for fruit. I'm not exposing you to make you popular. I'm revealing you because your story, your scars, your testimony, they will break chains. I'm not lifting you up to feed your ego. I'm lifting you up to feed nations. Your journey was not random. It was the blueprint of a forger. And now, you will just be known. You'll be used. Your name will not just be mentioned. It will be assigned. And everywhere you go, people will not ask, "Who is that?" They will say, "God is with them." Because my glory is resting on you. And it will be undeniable. So step out of hiding, child. Not with fear, but with fire. Not with insecurity, but with intimacy. You've been approved by heaven, and that is all you need. I am not just revealing you. I am endorsing you. With signs, with wonders, with supernatural peace. The season of silence is over. The season of being overlooked is broken. It's time. The world is about to meet the version of you that only I have seen, and they will know it was worth the wait. Because when I reveal someone in my glory, everything changes. You've just received the full prophetic release. You are being revealed in my glory. And now, I invite you to reveal me to the world. Child, your giving is not small. It is prophetic obedience. It is how this oil flows farther, faster, deeper. It is how this word touches the ones still weeping in silence, wondering if I see them too. Those who sow in tears shall reap with shouts of joy. Psalm 126:5. And I declare that reaping season is upon you. When you support through the link below, you are not just donating. You are declaring, God has something special for someone else today, too. And for that, I will reward you openly. Give now. This is your moment to echo eternity. And now, my beloved child, I bless you. With every word I have spoken over you, with every seed I have planted in you, with every promise I am fulfilling through you, I declare over you now, you are not stepping forward as the same person who began this journey. You are stepping forward as one who has been spoken to by God. You are not empty. You are embodied with truth, with oil, with fire, with revelation. No more playing small. No more doubting what I've already confirmed. No more waiting for permission that I already gave you. Now walk. Walk like you are wrapped in fire. Walk like you've been in the presence of the King. Walk like you've been sealed by glory. This is not theory. This is activation. You carry heaven's sound. You carry divine momentum. You carry authority that shifts realms. And nothing will stop you, because nothing can stop me. And I am with you. I am in you. And I am for you. Walk into the rooms I prepared. Walk through the doors I opened. Walk into the harvest I preserved. Walk into the moment I mature. And as you walk, do it freely. No shame. No weight. No guilt. No fear. This is your release. This is your revival. This is your reigniting. You are not waiting for breakthrough anymore. You are the breakthrough. And now walk in fire, with a voice that shakes atmospheres, with love that heals what others broke, with vision that redefines what others ignored, with a presence that makes the enemy flee before you even speak. This is not your end. This is your emergence. Everything heaven has spoken is alive in you now. and nothing will be the same. Because you are not just walking in blessing, you are walking in my fullness. Go, shine, declare, give, reign. And remember this, I am with you always, even unto the end. Now, my child, seal this moment. Don't let my word linger unspoken in your spirit. Declare it aloud in faith and write it boldly below. God has something special for me today, and I receive it fully. Your declaration is not just a comment, it is a covenant. When you speak it, heaven records it. When you type it, angels move to enforce it. So don't stay silent now, respond, and watch what I do next. And as you respond, come and sit with me for a moment. I need you to hear my voice above all the noise. I see you. I see the tension you carry in your shoulders, the constant checklist running through your mind, and that deep, hidden worry that you are just one mistake away from everything falling apart. I see the brave face you put on for the world, but I also see the exhaustion behind your eyes when you think no one is looking. Today, I have something special for you, a gift you cannot buy or earn. Today, I am giving you my peace. This isn't the world's idea of peace, the kind that only comes when all your problems magically disappear and every bill is paid. That is fragile. It is temporary. The peace I am placing in your heart right now is different. It is a peace that surpasses all your understanding, a deep, unshakable calm that will hold you steady even when the winds of life are howling around you. Do you feel that knot in your stomach? The one that tightens every time you think about the future, your job, or the unspoken tensions in your family? That isn't from me. Let's undo it together. I want you to breathe in right now. Breathe in my presence, and as you exhale, I want you to release that anxiety. Give it to me. My peace will be a guard for your heart and your mind. I know the thoughts that attack you in the quiet moments, the whispers of what if you fail, or you are not enough. My peace will stand watch at the door of your heart and turn those thoughts away. It will be your shield against the chaos that seeks to enter and overwhelm you. When your colleagues are panicking, you will have a quiet certainty. When the news on the television screams of turmoil, you will have a steady anchor in your soul. You will become a bastion of divine calm, not because you are strong, but because the source of all strength resides within you. Listen to me, my beloved. This peace I give you is not the absence of trouble. You will still face storms, the challenges will still come, but you will no longer face them alone and afraid. My peace is the absolute certainty of my presence right there with you, in the very center of the storm. It is the deep knowing that I am in the boat with you, and no wave can ever swamp us. No wind can ever overturn us. Let this tranquility be your strength from the moment your eyes open in the morning until they close at night. When you feel the pressure rising, I want you to remember this conversation. Remember my promise. Where others see only a raging storm, I will open your eyes to see my hand holding the water still for you. You will see a path forward where they only see a dead end. This is my gift to you today, my precious one. It is not a suggestion. It is a declaration. I am giving you my peace. It is yours. Receive it now. Let it wash over you, quiet your spirit, and hold you secure. Walk through this day anchored in this truth, and watch as the chaos of the world loses its power over you. Let me speak plainly about your strength. I know you feel tired. I know there are days you look in the mirror and you see the weariness in your own eyes, wondering where the person with so much fight has gone. You feel the weight of just getting through the day, the strength it takes to be patient with a difficult coworker, the emotional energy required to navigate family dynamics, the sheer force of will it takes to hold on to hope when your prayers seem to bounce off the ceiling. You look at the mountains before you, the mountain of debt, the mountain of a strained relationship, the mountain of a persistent health issue, and you whisper to yourself, I don't think I have the strength to climb this. And in that, you are right. You don't. But I do. Today, you are going to discover a resilience deep within you that you did not know you possessed, because it is not your own. It is my strength, flowing into you and through you at the very moment you feel weakest. That brief moment of patience you showed when you wanted to lash out. That was me. That flicker of hope you clung to this morning when despair was knocking at your door. That was me. I am the source, the ever-flowing river that will never run dry. Today, I want you to stop relying on your own limited well and start drawing from my infinite river. I see that obstacle in your life that seems utterly insurmountable. It has taunted you, defeated you, and convinced you that it is a permanent fixture in your landscape. But today, something is going to shift. You are going to see a crack in that wall you thought was impenetrable. You are going to find a foothold on that cliff face that seemed too sheer to climb. You are going to overcome it, not with a grand display of your own power, but with a quiet, steady step of faith, fueled by my might. I am turning your greatest points of weakness into the very platforms where I will showcase my power. Do you understand, my child? Your vulnerability is not a liability, it is an invitation. When you are at the end of your own resources, that is the exact point where my resources begin. The world tells you to be self-sufficient, to never show weakness. But I tell you, your admission of I can't do this anymore is the most powerful prayer you can offer, for it unlocks the door for my divine I can. The challenges you are facing are not random attacks meant to destroy you. Think of them as the fire and the hammer of a master blacksmith. They are the very tools I am using to forge your spirit. You are not being broken, you are being made stronger, more resilient, more beautiful. You are being shaped into a vessel that can carry more of my glory. So, stand up. I want you to physically stand up, right now if you can. Plant your feet firmly on the floor. Feel the ground beneath you. Now, understand this. My promises are more solid and more reliable than the ground. Stand on them. When you feel weak, declare the Lord is my strength. When you feel afraid, declare God has not given me a spirit of fear. When you feel like you are about to be swept away, anchor yourself to my word. You will not be moved. Today, you will not just survive. You will discover the unconquerable strength that is yours because I am yours. I see you. I see you standing in the hallway of your life, looking at a long line of closed doors. You have knocked. You have pushed, you have prayed, and some doors have remained firmly shut. It has left you feeling stuck, wondering if you have been forgotten, questioning if there is a path forward for you at all. Your heart has grown weary of the waiting and the disappointment. I understand, but I need you to listen to me very carefully today. I want you to lift your eyes from the doors that did not open and be watchful. For I am opening a door for you that no person on earth can shut. This door will surprise you. It will not be the one you were staring at, the one you had all your hopes pinned on. It will likely appear where you least expect it, in a way you never anticipated. Be alert. I am doing something new. The world, and perhaps even you, has tried to define your future by your past, by your qualifications, your history, your mistakes, or your previous successes. But this opportunity I am presenting is not aligned with your past. It is perfectly aligned with the destiny I have written for you since before time began. This door leads to the person I created you to be, not the person you have been. It is a doorway to your purpose. When it appears, and it will appear suddenly, It will require you to walk forward in pure faith. Your human logic will raise 1,000 questions. Your fear will scream 100 reasons why you should stay where you are, where it is predictable and safe. It may seem too big, too soon, or too different. But your spirit, my spirit that I have placed within you, will feel a quiet, certain pull. You will recognize it as my hand. That is the moment of decision. Will you trust the noise of your fear with the quiet whisper of my leading? And do not for a second entertain the thought that you are unprepared. Do you think I would lead you to a door I have not equipped you to walk through? Every trial has been your teacher. Every challenge has been your training ground. Every tear has watered the seeds of perseverance in your soul. I have been meticulously preparing you for what lies on the other side of this door, long before I ever planned to reveal it to you. You are ready. You have everything you need for this next step because you have me. This new path will lead you to a place of greater influence and deeper blessing, not for your own glory, but for mine. It will position you to be a source of life and hope for others in a way you cannot yet imagine. So, when you see it, I command you, do not hesitate. Do not overthink. Do not pull your friends for their opinions. Take a deep breath, hold my hand, and step through with the simple, profound courage of a child who trusts their father completely. I have not just unlocked the door and pointed the way. I am your companion on the journey, walking with you, guiding you, and clearing the path before you. Step through. Your future is waiting. My child, come here. I need to talk about the heavy weight you carry, the one you think you hide so well. It is that memory, isn't it? The one that surfaces in quiet moments, that makes you cringe and fills you with a hot flush of shame. The words you spoke that you desperately wish you could take back. The action you took or failed to take that you believe has permanently marked you. You carry this regret around like a heavy, jagged stone in your pocket. You feel its weight with every step, a constant, painful reminder of your failure. You have tried to forget it, to justify it, to atone for it, but it remains. Today, my beloved, our conversation is about this stone. Right now, as you hear these words, I am reaching into your heart, into that secret pocket of your soul, and I am taking that stone from you. I am casting it into the depths of the sea of my forgetfulness, to be remembered no more. Do you feel that? That sudden lightness in your spirit? That is not your imagination. That is the feeling of my grace, my complete and total forgiveness, washing over you. The burden you have carried for so long is lifted. It is gone. I have seen how you extend compassion to others. When a friend fails, you offer them grace. When a family member makes a mistake, you encourage them to move on. Yet, you withhold that same mercy from yourself. You have become your own harsh judge, your own unforgiving jailer, holding yourself to a standard of perfection that I have never, ever demanded of you. The cross was for you, too, my child. It was for this very failure. Today, I command you to receive the same boundless grace that you would so freely offer to someone else. It is yours for the taking. Let me be perfectly clear. This forgiveness is not a transaction. It is not something you can earn by promising to be better. It is not a reward for good behavior. My forgiveness is a free and total gift, bought and paid for by the most precious blood in the universe. It is a finished work. There is nothing you need to add to it. Your only job is to open your hands and receive it. Right now, in this moment. Stop striving and simply receive. Now, I want you to walk in the freedom of this clean slate. I want you to stand up straight, lift your head, and look forward, not back. The chains of that past regret have been shattered. They have no more power over you. In my eyes, you are fully redeemed, spotless and holy. The prison door is wide open. Walk out of it and do not look back. Your past does not define your future. I do. This forgiveness is not just meant to soothe your conscience. It is meant to empower you. It is the fuel you need to move forward into the purpose I have for you. The enemy loves to use your past to paralyze your present, but I am using my grace to launch you into your destiny. You are free. Live like it. I see the intersection you are standing at. It is a place of decision, and the fog of confusion is thick around you. There are so many paths, and so many voices pulling you in different directions. Your friends give you one piece of advice. Your family suggests another. The experts on the internet present endless options, and louder than all of them is the voice of your own fear, whispering doubts and worst-case scenarios into your ear. The noise is deafening, and you feel paralyzed, terrified of making the wrong choice. You have been asking me for a sign, for a clear word, for a map. Today, I am giving you something better than a map. I am giving you the wisdom of the mapmaker. I am pouring out on you a divine wisdom that is not of this world. It is not human cleverness or a calculated pros and cons list. It is a supernatural clarity, a quiet knowing that will cut straight through the fog and show you the next step. I am your good shepherd, and I am making my voice distinct to you. To do this, I will quiet the other noises, the anxieties, the pressures, the expectations of others. I am pushing them to the background so that you can hear me. My voice will not be a panicked shout. It will be a calm, steady, and reassuring whisper in your spirit. I want you to partner with me in this. Find a moment today to be still. It doesn't have to be long. Just 5 minutes. Turn off the noise. Put down your phone. Step away from the chaos. In that quiet, simply turn your heart to me and ask, Father, what is your way in this? Show me your path. And then, just listen. Not with your ears, but with your spirit. The way forward may not be the easiest or the most popular, but it will be the one that resonates with a deep and unexplainable peace. That peace is your compass. Follow it. I am also sharpening your spiritual discernment. The enemy is a master of disguise, and he loves to present a tempting distraction as a divine opportunity. But today, your ability to distinguish truth from deception will be heightened. You will be able to sense what is from me and what is not. You will see beyond the surface of a situation and perceive the spirit behind it. Trust that inner witness. It is my spirit within you, bearing witness with your spirit. As you walk through this day, the choices you make will be guided not by short-term gain or the fear of loss, but by my eternal perspective. You will see the bigger picture. And when you speak, you will do so with an insight that brings solutions and glorifies me. People may wonder at your clarity and confidence. Let them. Let it be a testimony that you are not walking alone. Do not be afraid of the decision before you. You have my wisdom. It is a gift for you today. Walk in it, and you will not take a wrong step. My child, my heart is open to you now, and I am pouring out my counsel. It would grieve me if you turned away before I could give you everything I have prepared for this moment we have together. Stay with me, there is so much more I must tell you about the strength I am placing within you. Let me have an honest conversation about the thoughts you think. I am with you in your mind, and I see the familiar, worn-out paths your thoughts travel every single day. I see the highway of anxiety you get on the moment you wake up, your mind instantly racing with all the things that could go wrong. I see the dark alley of self-criticism you wander down whenever you make a small mistake, replaying your flaws over and over. I see the terrifying trail of worst-case scenarios you explore when you think about your future, your health, or your loved ones. These negative thought patterns are more than just bad habits. They are prisons. They have held you captive, stealing your joy and crippling your faith. But today, my beloved, is a day of liberation. By the authority of my name and the power of my Spirit that dwells in you, I am breaking the cycle. I am erecting a divine roadblock on that highway of anxiety. I am shining a brilliant light into that dark alley of self-criticism. I am demolishing the path to those worst-case scenarios. I am renewing your mind. This will be an active process we do together. When a thought of fear enters your mind, I will be right there with you to meet it with a thought of my faithfulness. When a lie about your worthlessness whispers to you, we will shout it down with the truth of your identity as my cherished child. I am giving you a new perspective today, my own perspective. I want you to see your life through my eyes. You have been looking at your problems from ground level, where they appear like insurmountable giants. But I am lifting you up to see them from my heavenly viewpoint. From here, you can see that the giant that terrifies you is standing on sinking sand. From here, you can see the path I have already made around the obstacle you thought was blocking your way. You will start to see my purpose in the places you once saw only pain. Your perspective is shifting from this is a problem to this is a place where God will show His power. This renewal is a deep work of replacing the lies you have subconsciously believed with the unshakable truth of my word. Let me remind you of the truth right now. You are not a victim of your circumstances. You are victorious in me. You are not defined by your past failures. You are defined by my forgiveness. You are not alone in your struggle. You are constantly accompanied by my presence. You are not weak and helpless. You are filled with my resurrection power. Let these truths be the new building blocks of your thought life. As this happens, you will feel a change. A mental clarity you have not experienced in years will emerge. A genuine optimism, a holy hope for your future, will begin to bubble up within you, chasing away the clouds of dread. Your thoughts will begin to come into alignment with my promises. And my child, when your thoughts and my promises are in agreement, they become one of the most powerful, creative forces in the universe. They create an atmosphere of faith around you where miracles can happen. This is my special gift for you today, a mind being renewed, restored, and realigned with me. Let me talk about the numbers that haunt you in the middle of the night. Let's speak of the bill sitting on your kitchen counter that you avoid looking at, the unexpected car repair that has tightened your chest with anxiety, or the rising cost of groceries that makes you feel like you are always falling behind. You have looked at your bank account, you have done the math over and over, and you have come to the same conclusion every time: there is not enough. You have been operating from a place of scarcity, feeling the constant, grinding pressure of lack. You have been looking for a solution within the limited confines of your own resources, and it has left you exhausted and afraid. But today, I want to lift your gaze from your ledger and onto me. Today, I will meet a need in your life in a way that only I can. My provision is not like a predictable paycheck that you can calculate and anticipate. I am the God of the unexpected, the miraculous, and the impossible. I am not limited to the channels you are familiar with. I do not need an employer, a bank, or a government to be your provider. I own the cattle on 1,000 hills, and the wealth in every mine. The entire universe is my storehouse, and today, I am opening it for you. Be watchful, my child. Be attentive. I want you to look for my hand in your circumstances. My provision for you today will come from a source you do not expect, precisely so that you will know it is for me. It might manifest as a check in the mail you were not anticipating. It could be a debt that is suddenly and inexplicably forgiven. Perhaps it will be a person from your past who reaches out with a gift, prompted by a whisper from me that they do not even understand. Or maybe I will drop a creative idea into your mind, a solution to a problem that creates a new stream of income you never imagined. It will come in a way that your logic cannot explain, so that your heart can do nothing but give me the glory. I am revealing myself to you today as Jehovah Jireh, the Lord who provides. This is not just a title I hold. It is the very essence of my nature. It is my deep joy to see your need and to meet it. But this act of provision is for a purpose far greater than just balancing your budget. This is a faith-building exercise we are doing together. I am teaching you, in a real and tangible way, to see me as your one and only true source. Your job is a resource. Your abilities are a resource. But I am your source. When you truly learn this, the fear of lack loses its grip on your heart forever. And listen to me, I will not give you just enough to scrape by. My kingdom is not one of just enough. It is a kingdom of abundance, of overflow. I will provide for you until your cup runs over. The purpose of this overflow is not so you can simply hoard more for yourself. It is so you can become a conduit of my blessing to others. The peace and security you feel when I provide for you is a gift I want you to share. When you see someone else struggling with that same fear of lack you once felt, you will be able to give to them freely, from the abundance I have given you, becoming a living testimony of my faithfulness. So prepare your heart. Prepare to receive, and prepare to give. The miracle of my provision is on its way. My precious child, let's sit in the quiet for a moment and talk about your heart. I see you. I see the moments you feel invisible, as if your efforts go unnoticed and your presence doesn't quite matter. I see the deep ache of loneliness that can find you even when you are surrounded by people. I am with you when you scroll through images of others' seemingly perfect lives and a quiet, painful question forms in your soul. Am I enough? Am I truly lovable? You replay your mistakes, you magnify your flaws, and you hold your breath, waiting for the rejection you feel is inevitable. Today, I am answering that painful question, not with a distant theological statement, but with a tangible and personal encounter with my love. You are going to feel my love today. It will not be a vague, abstract idea. It will be a real and present comfort that settles your spirit and anchors your heart in the truth. My love for you is the most real thing in the universe, and I want you to experience it as a shield against the loneliness and a healing balm for your sorrow. How will you feel it? Be aware. Look for me in the details of your day. My love may arrive through the hands and words of other people. When a friend sends an encouraging text out of the blue, at the exact moment you needed it, that is me, speaking through them. When a stranger offers you a kind smile or a small act of courtesy that brightens your spirit, that is me, winking at you. When a family member gives you a hug that communicates more than words ever could, I am in that embrace, holding you close. I will use the ordinary moments and the people in your life to deliver an extraordinary reminder of my affection for you. And you must understand this, for it is the foundation of everything. My love for you is not based on your performance. Please hear me. You did not do anything yesterday to earn it, and you cannot do anything tomorrow to lose it. My love is not a wage you receive for good work. It is a gift you receive because you are my child. It is based solely on your identity, an identity that was sealed before you ever took your first breath. When you succeed, I am with you, cheering you on. When you fail, I am with you, lifting you up. My love does not fluctuate based on your behavior. It is constant, perfect, and everlasting. This love is your true home. It is the place your soul was created to dwell. When the world feels harsh and critical, you can retreat into the safety of my love. When the ground of your life is shaking, my love is your unshakable foundation. When the world tries to stick a label on you, failure, forgotten, not good enough, my love tears it off and reminds you of your true name, beloved. Today, I invite you to let this truth saturate your entire being. Don't just think about it. Breathe it in. Let it fill the empty and insecure places in your heart. Let it wash over your fears and your doubts. My perfect love is the only force in the universe powerful enough to cast out all fear. Let it flood your soul and make you whole. You are loved. You are loved. You are loved. I want you to look at the day ahead not as a random collection of hours and tasks, but as a strategically designed opportunity. Your life is not a series of accidents. Your purpose is unfolding moment by moment, and within this very day I have embedded a specific, divine assignment created just for you. From the world's perspective, it may seem small, perhaps even invisible. But from my eternal perspective, it carries significant weight and has the potential to shift things in the spiritual realm. I have called you, and I have a plan for you today. What does this assignment look like? It is not about you suddenly being asked to lead a nation. It is far more personal and immediate. For you, today, this task might be to finally have that gentle but firm conversation you have been avoiding with a loved one, speaking the truth in love. It might be to go out of your way to offer practical help to a neighbor who is struggling in secret. It could be to sit with a coworker who is clearly hurting and simply listen without offering advice. Or it might be to complete a mundane task in your job with such excellence and integrity that it becomes an act of worship, a silent testimony to the God you serve. Do not despise the smallness of the task. The power of my kingdom is often hidden in what the world overlooks. Now, I know your first reaction may be to feel unqualified or unprepared. You may think, I don't have the right words, or I don't have the emotional energy for that. Listen to my promise. You are not being sent to do this alone. At the precise moment you step forward to obey, I am releasing a special anointing upon you to complete it. My anointing is my supernatural empowerment. It is my ability working through your inability. When you open your mouth to speak, I will give you the words, and they will be filled with a grace and wisdom that is not your own. When you need to act with courage, I will provide a surge of divine boldness that quiets the fear in your heart. You will feel it. You will sense a flow of my spirit that makes what seemed difficult feel surprisingly natural. You will operate beyond your normal capacity. This is not you psyching yourself up. This is my power being made perfect in your weakness. It is the tangible evidence that you are cooperating with me in a work of my kingdom. When you feel this divine enablement, I want you to consciously recognize it. Take a moment to thank me, to acknowledge that this is my power at work, not your own. This one act of obedience today is more important than you realize. You are a single, crucial link in a long chain of my purposes. Your faithfulness in this small assignment could be the very thing that sets up someone else's breakthrough tomorrow. It could be the prayer that breaks a stronghold, the kindness that softens a hardened heart, or the integrity that opens a door for the gospel. So, do not shy away from it. Do not put it off. You were born for this moment. This is your purpose coming to life. Step into it with the full assurance that I am with you, in you, and working powerfully through you. I see how seriously you take your life, your responsibilities, and your walk with me. This is good. But I also see how the weight of it all can press down on you, squeezing the lightness out of your soul. You can become so focused on the battle, on enduring the trial, on carrying your cross, that you forget that joy is also a holy and essential part of my kingdom. I did not just come to give you life, but to give it to you in abundance, and that abundance includes the beautiful, healing gift of laughter. The sound of your genuine, heartfelt laughter is a melody that I, your Creator, delight to hear. So, listen. Today I am giving you a special gift. In the middle of your very important plans, your serious work, and your pressing concerns, I am going to give you a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. I am going to make you laugh, and I want you to be ready for it, to receive it as the intentional gift that it is. I am going to orchestrate a moment that breaks through your seriousness and surprises you with delight. It will likely happen when you least expect it. I am going to turn a moment of potential frustration into an instance of unexpected humor. Perhaps you will spill coffee all over an important document right before a meeting, and instead of panicking, you will see the sheer absurdity of it and just laugh. Perhaps a child in your life will say something so profound and yet so funny that it stops you in your tracks. You might witness a silly situation in public, or remember a funny story from your past, and find yourself filled with a sudden, bubbling up joy. When that happens, know that it is me. That is me, your Father, intentionally injecting a dose of lightness and grace into your day. This is not a frivolous distraction from your spiritual walk. It is an essential part of it. Joy is a medicine for your soul. It releases healing hormones into your body. It breaks the power of stress and anxiety. It shifts your perspective and reminds you that I am a God of joy, not just a God of solemn duty. A moment of laughter can do more to defeat the enemy's oppressive spirit than an hour of worried striving. Laughter is also a foretaste of heaven. It is a small echo of the unending joy and celebration that awaits you in my eternal presence, where every tear will be wiped away and sorrow will be no more. So here's my command to you for today. When this moment of humor and lightness arrives, do not brush it aside. Do not feel guilty for being joyful when there are still problems to be solved. Instead, I want you to embrace it with your whole heart. Receive it as a sacred gift. Laugh loudly. Laugh from your belly. Let the joy wash over you and cleanse your spirit. See it as a personal note of love from me to you, a reminder that I care not just about your holiness, but also about your happiness. I love you, and it is my profound joy to see you joyful. My beloved, I am delighting in this time with you, sharing the secrets of my kingdom as your heart opens to mine. To turn away now would be to silence a conversation that is bringing me such joy. Please stay. The most personal gifts are the ones I have saved for now. My beloved child, let us walk together to a place in your heart you try to avoid. There is a memory there locked away in a dark room. You do not speak of it. You try not to think about it. But a certain song on the radio, a particular time of year, or a fleeting scent in the air can unlock that door without your permission, and you are ambushed by the pain all over again. The shame, the regret, the grief. It feels as fresh today as it did when it first happened. That memory has held a part of your soul captive. It has dictated some of your fears, built walls around your heart, and whispered lies to you about your worth. Today, I am walking into the dark room with you, not to force you to relive the trauma, but to turn on the light. My light, my healing presence. I want you to know you are not going back to that place alone. I am going with you. As you are hearing my words, I am reaching back through time, and I am placing my hand on that wounded moment in your history. I am applying the healing balm of my grace directly to that scar on your soul. Feel the warmth of my presence beginning to surround that painful place. As I do this, the power this memory has held over you is being broken. Its ability to trigger shame and fear is dissolving in the light of my love. The lie it has told you, the lie that you are permanently damaged, that you are unforgivable, that I was absent or uncaring, is being silenced by my eternal truth. I am not erasing the event from your history, my child. That is not my way. Instead, I am doing something far more powerful. I am redeeming it. I am taking what was broken, and I am reframing it within the beautiful and intricate tapestry of my sovereign plan for your life. From this day forward, when that memory comes to mind, you will begin to see it differently. The sharp, piercing sting of the pain will begin to fade. It will be replaced by a growing awareness of my faithfulness. You will start to see where I was in that moment, even when you could not feel me. You will see how I protected you from a worse outcome, how I preserved your life and your destiny even in the midst of the wreckage. You will see how I took the broken pieces of that very experience and used them to forge within you a depth of compassion, a resilience of spirit, and a wisdom of heart that you would not have otherwise possessed. His profound inner healing will release you to live more freely and to love more deeply. The walls you built around your heart for protection can now begin to come down, because that past event no longer has the power to harm you. I am not a God who simply puts a bandage on your wounds. I am a God who heals from the inside out. I am not just managing your scars. I am transforming them into testimonies of my redemptive power. What the enemy intended to use to destroy you, I am now using to display my glory and to bring healing to others through your story. You are being made whole. My child, let us speak of the name that brings a sharp ache to your heart. Let us talk about the face you try not to picture, the memories you push away because they are tangled with both love and pain. There is a relationship in your life that is broken. The silence between you and this person feels like a vast, cold, and uncrossable chasm. In your mind, you have replayed the final argument, the hurtful words, the moment of betrayal or misunderstanding, 1,000 times. You have built a strong case for your own hurt, and you know they have built an equally strong case for theirs. The wall of pride, pain, and unforgiveness between you seems a mile high, and in your most honest and weary moments, you have looked at that wall and concluded that it is permanent. You fear this connection is lost to you forever. But you are speaking with me now, the God for whom nothing is impossible. I am the great restorer, the one who mended the ultimate breach between heaven and earth. And today, I am beginning the holy and delicate work of mending what has been torn apart in your life. This is not something you can engineer or force. You cannot strategize your way back into a closed heart. This is a miracle of the heart, and I am the only one who can perform it. My work in this situation begins today, not with a dramatic confrontation, but with a quiet, supernatural softening. Trust that even as you are hearing these words, I am at work. My work will start on the inside, in the hidden places of the heart, both yours and theirs. I will begin to gently sand down the sharp edges of anger. I will place a divine dissatisfaction in their spirit with the current state of animosity, a longing for a peace they may not even understand. I will begin to dismantle the walls of pride and unforgiveness, brick by painful brick. You will not see this happening. There may be no outward sign at first, but you must trust that I am moving behind the scenes, like a gentle spring rain, preparing the hard, barren ground of your broken relationship for a new seed of reconciliation to be planted. Then, over that chasm of silence, I will begin to construct a bridge. An unexpected opportunity for communication will arise. Do not be surprised when it happens. It may be a text message you thought you would never receive. It could be a chance encounter in a place you both happen to be. It might be a mutual friend, prompted by me, who reaches out to both of you. When this moment arrives, this first plank laid across the chasm, you must be ready. Your greatest fear, I know, is that you will say the wrong thing, that you will fall back into old patterns of accusation and self-defense and burn the very bridge I am building. But I will not let that happen. In that crucial moment, I will give you the right words. I will anoint your tongue to speak with my grace. They will not be words that assign blame, but words of humility. They will be words that seek to understand before seeking to be understood. You will find yourself speaking peace into the very heart of the conflict. Be prepared for this miracle, my child. It may not resolve completely in one day, but the miraculous process begins now. This act of restoration will become one of the most powerful testimonies of my redeeming love in your life. It will be a beacon of hope to others who are convinced that their own broken relationships are beyond repair. It will prove that no division is too wide, no hurt is too deep for my healing touch. So be ready. Be ready to forgive. Be ready to be humbled. And watch me do what you thought could never be done. My child, just as I am performing a miracle of restoration in your relationships, I now invite you to become a bridge of hope for a soul whose relationship with me is broken. If this word has brought healing to your heart, this is your holy opportunity to send this living water to others who are spiritually thirsty and alone. This is how you partner with me to mend the world. Know this truth I speak over you now. I am the one who gives seed to you, the sower, and I will multiply the seed you sow for this great harvest of souls. As you give, I will release a blessing of wholeness over your own house. Therefore, act on this anointing. Sow your seed of reconciliation now through Super Thanks membership, or the PayPal link in the description below. I know that your walk with me is one of faith, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. But I also know your human heart, created by me to experience and connect not just in spirit, but in the physical world. I know there are moments of profound quiet, moments of struggle, when a question echoes in the deepest part of your being. God, are you really there? Do you see me in this specific situation? Do you hear the prayers I am too weary to even speak aloud? You long for a sign, not because you have no faith, but because your faith is tired and needs a tangible reminder of my presence. Today, my beloved, I will answer that question. I am going to give you a clear, undeniable sign of my presence and faithfulness in your life. This will not be a thunderous voice from the clouds or writing in the sky. It will be something far more intimate, far more personal, designed specifically for you. I am going to pierce through the noise of your day with a quiet, tailor-made miracle that will serve as undeniable proof of my loving involvement in your life. This sign will be a secret encouragement from my heart directly to yours. It will be so specific that it will leave no room for doubt. Perhaps you have been whispering a prayer about a specific financial need, and today, you will receive that exact amount from a completely unexpected source. Maybe you have been wrestling with a particular passage of Scripture, and you will overhear a stranger discussing that very verse. It could be that you have been praying for a symbol of hope, like a specific type of bird or flower, and it will appear before you in a startling and meaningful way. It will be my loving wink from heaven, a private message that says, I see you. I hear you. I am with you. It is not a coincidence. It is a divine appointment. When this happens, I want you to do more than just feel a moment of surprise. I want you to recognize it, to stop what you are doing, and to take hold of it. This sign is meant to be a memorial stone for your soul. In ancient times, when I performed a miracle, my people would stack stones as a physical monument, so that when their children asked, "What do these stones mean?" they could recount my faithfulness. This sign for you today is a stone for you to stack in the archives of your heart. In the future, when a new storm rises and the winds of doubt begin to howl, you must be able to return to this memory and declare with confidence, "No, I will not doubt my God. I remember the sign He gave me. He was faithful then, and He will be faithful now." It is meant to anchor your faith for all the days to come. This is how I prove to you that I am not a distant, abstract God. I am your Father, and I am intimately involved in the minute, seemingly insignificant details of your life. I care about the worries you think are too small to mention. I am weaving the small threads of your ordinary day into an extraordinary tapestry of my grace. So, your assignment for today is simple. Look for me. Look for me in the small things, in the coincidences, in the quiet moments. That is often where I speak the loudest. And when you see it, when you recognize my divine fingerprint, I want you to pause. Breathe in the wonder of it. Thank me for it. Treasure it in your heart, and let it fill you with the blessed, unshakable assurance that you are seen, you are heard, and you are deeply, personally, and faithfully loved by me. My child, let me talk about the exhaustion you feel from the performance of everyday life. Let's be honest about the masks you wear. There is the mask of competence and control you put on for your job, where you pretend you have all the answers and never feel overwhelmed. There is the mask of strength you wear for your family, where you hide your own fears and worries to be the rock for everyone else. There is even a mask of spiritual perfection you sometimes wear among other believers, afraid to admit your doubts or confess your real struggles. Are they not heavy, my child? The constant effort to manage your image, to meet everyone's expectations, to hide the parts of you that you fear are unlovable. It is a crushing weight on your soul, and it was never a burden I asked you to carry. Today, in this very moment, I am releasing you from that pressure. I am giving you a divine permission slip to stop performing. As you hear my voice, I am cutting the invisible strings that hold those masks in place. The fear of what others will think, the desperate need for approval, the terror of being found out as someone who is imperfect and still in process. I am setting you free from the tyranny of these fears. They are not your masters. I am. And I love who you are behind the masks. In place of that fear, I am giving you a holy gift, the gift of divine courage. This is not worldly bravado or shamelessness. This is the quiet, powerful courage to be exactly who I created you to be. It is the courage to be honest, the courage to be vulnerable, the courage to say, I don't know, or I need help, or I am struggling. You have believed the lie of the world that tells you vulnerability is weakness. But I want to tell you the truth of my kingdom. Your vulnerability, when it is rooted in the security of my unconditional love for you, is your greatest strength. It is in the cracks of your imperfection that my light shines most brightly. It is in your honest admission of weakness that my power has the room to show up in a mighty way. The mask you have been wearing has kept you safe, but it has also kept you isolated. As you find the courage to let it fall away, something beautiful and terrifying will happen. The people who were only drawn to your performance, to the mask, may drift away. Let them go. Because the people who are drawn to the real you, the beautiful, imperfect soul I fashioned, will come closer. Your authenticity will become a magnet for genuine, life-giving relationships. It will create a safe space for others to take off their own heavy masks, and in that shared space of honesty, true community is born. You are my unique and beloved masterpiece. I did not create you to be a flawless statue in a museum, to be admired from a distance. I created you to be a living, breathing work of art, beautiful in your uniqueness. I did not create you to live in the prison of others' opinions. So today, I command you to walk in the glorious liberty I am giving you. Take off the mask. Take a deep breath of the free air of my grace. Be you, the real you. That is the person I have always loved, and that is the person I will use to change the world. I see you in what feels like a creative desert. You look at a persistent problem at your job, in your family, or in your own heart, and you see only the same old, tired solutions that have never worked. The path forward seems blocked, not by a lack of effort, but by a lack of inspiration. You feel that the wellspring of new ideas has run dry, leaving only the dust of routine and the monotony of the mundane. You were created to be fruitful, to bring forth new things, and this season of barrenness has been heavy on your spirit. You have been asking me for a breakthrough, for a new way of seeing. Today, I'm answering that prayer. I am the Creator. Before time began, I spoke, and galaxies swirled into existence. I imagined, and life in all its breathtaking diversity and intricate beauty burst forth. That same creative power, that same divine spark, is part of your spiritual DNA because you are made in my image. It is a gift I have placed within you. Today, I am breathing on that gift. I am fanning that ember of creativity into a vibrant flame. I am unlocking a wellspring of divine energy within you, and new ideas are about to flow. Be ready for them. New solutions and fresh inspirations will begin to bubble up in your mind. Do not dismiss them. As you go about your day, you will suddenly see a new approach to that old problem you had given up on. You will be struck with an innovative idea for a project that has been stalled. You will be inspired with a creative, heartfelt way to connect with a loved one who has felt distant. These are not random thoughts, my child. They are divine downloads, strategic whispers from heaven directly to your spirit. This is my wisdom being given to you to solve the challenges before you. It brings me profound joy to see you create. When you solve a problem with ingenuity, you are reflecting my wisdom. When you organize a chaotic space and bring beauty and order to it, you are reflecting my nature. When you write a kind note, cook a nourishing meal, or plant a garden, you are partnering with me in bringing goodness and life into the world. You are a co-creator with me, and it delights my heart to see you walk in this aspect of your identity. And I want you to know, this divine flow of creativity I am releasing in you will not be draining. It will be invigorating. Humans striving for creativity can be exhausting, filled with the pressure to perform and the fear of failure. But a divine infusion of creativity is life-giving. It will energize your spirit and fill you with a renewed sense of passion and purpose. It will feel less like hard labor and more like joyful play. So, I command you to receive this infusion. When an idea comes, write it down. When an inspiration strikes, act on it. Do not doubt the gift. I am entrusting you with a heavenly blueprint. Take the tools of your life, your skills, your resources, your time, and build what I am showing you. Use this gift to bring my solutions and my beauty to your corner of the world. Listen to me. I am in the middle of a sacred work within your soul, healing and creating anew. To walk away now would be to leave this divine masterpiece unfinished, and it would ache in my heart to see you settle for less than the fullness I have for you. Do not go. Let me complete what I have started in you. I know the fears that can creep in when the world feels unsafe. You hear a news report. You receive a worrying diagnosis. You watch your children walk out the door into a world you cannot control, and a cold wave of anxiety can wash over you. You feel small, vulnerable, and exposed. You carry a low-grade fear for your safety and the safety of your loved ones, a sense of dread about what unseen dangers might be lurking around the corner. This fear is a heavy burden, and it is not from me. Today, I want to pull back the invisible curtain between the natural and the spiritual realms and show you the reality of your situation. At this very moment, as you hear my voice, you are not alone and you are not exposed. You are surrounded. Mighty, powerful, warrior angels from my heavenly host are encamped around you. They are a celestial legion, your personal guard, standing watch over your life with flaming swords. You do not walk unprotected for a single second of any day. This is not a metaphor, it is the spiritual reality. And more than that, I myself am your shield. I am your fortress. I am the impenetrable wall of fire around you and the glory in your midst. Imagine that. Before any harm, any accident, any sickness, or any evil intent can reach you, it must first pass through my hands. And nothing passes through my hands without my divine permission. And I am a good, loving, and protective Father. You are infinitely safer than you have ever allowed yourself to feel. Listen to me closely. The enemy, who seeks to steal, kill, and destroy, has laid a trap for you today. It is a subtle snare, not an obvious danger. It might be a temptation disguised as an innocent opportunity. It could be a cleverly crafted lie meant to lead you into despair. It could even be a potential accident on the road. But I am telling you now, the trap will fail. It will be exposed and disarmed. Before you even get close to it, my spirit within you will sound an alarm. You will feel a check in your spirit, a sudden caution, a nudge to go a different way. Heed that warning. You will be preserved from a harmful situation, and you may never even know how close you came to danger. That is how vigilant my care is for you. Because of this profound and active protection, I command you to walk in confidence today, not in fear. Fear is a form of worship. It is a declaration of faith in the enemy's power to harm you. Confidence in me is a declaration of faith in my power to protect you. Choose where you will place your faith today. Walk with your head held high, not with arrogance, but with the quiet assurance of a deeply loved and thoroughly protected child. Your safety does not depend on your own ability to foresee danger. It rests entirely in my sovereign and ever-present care. And know this divine shield, this canopy of protection, is not just for you. It extends over your loved ones, over your home, over all that I have entrusted to your care. The prayers you pray for the safety of your family are not empty words. They are powerful acts that deploy my angelic forces on their behalf. So, release them from the grip of your worried hands and place them into mine. Rest in the unshakable truth that you and yours are under the constant, vigilant, and loving protection of the Almighty God. You are safe. Think for a moment about the sheer number of words you will speak today. Thousands of them. Many will be casual, functional words to navigate your day. Some will be born of habit, and some, if we are being honest, may be born of frustration, anxiety, or weariness. You so often underestimate the incredible power you wield with your tongue. You see your words as mere air, as fleeting sounds that vanish after they are spoken. But I tell you the truth, your words are spiritual containers. They carry you life or death, blessing or cursing, hope or despair. They are never truly empty, and they have the power to shape the world around you. But today I am doing something special. I am setting your words apart for a divine purpose. I am anointing your tongue with a grace and authority that is not your own. Think of it as me placing a coal of holy fire on your lips, not to burn, but to purify and empower. The words you speak today, when you speak in alignment with my spirit, will carry a weight and a creative power that comes directly from my throne. They will not be just your words. They will be vessels for my power. I am giving you a specific mission today with these anointed words. I want you to look for the person in your life who is visibly weary. You know who I mean. You can see it in their eyes, in the slump of their shoulders. Your spirit is heavy, and they are close to giving up. The enemy had been whispering lies of hopelessness to them. Today, you are my counterattack. I will give you the precise words of encouragement they need to hear. They will not be empty platitudes like "hang in there" or "it will get better." I will give you specific, life-giving words that will name their strength, that will speak to their hidden value, that will remind them of who I say they are. Your words will be a cup of cold, fresh water to their parched soul. You will be my voice of comfort and strength, and you will literally lift their spirit from the dust. Furthermore, today you will face a situation that tempts you to complain, to agree with the negativity, to speak of defeat. In that moment, I want you to remember this conversation. I want you to consciously choose to make a declaration of faith instead. Instead of saying, "This is a disaster," I want you to declare, "My God is turning this situation around for my good." When you do this, you are not just practicing positive thinking. You are engaging in spiritual warfare. You are shifting the spiritual atmosphere. You are aligning yourself with my unshakable reality, not the enemy's flimsy illusion, and you are commanding the darkness that has gathered around that situation to flee. In another moment, you will find yourself in the middle of a conflict. Tongues will be sharp, and words of anger and accusation will be flying. In that tense moment, my anointing will give you the supernatural ability to speak with a calm and a wisdom that disarms the strife. You will not take sides or add fuel to the fire. You will speak a word of peace that de-escalates the tension and opens a path for understanding. Remember my promise. You have authority. What you lose on earth, blessing, hope, peace, is loose in heaven. Realize the incredible, creative power I have placed in your mouth. Your words are not just descriptions of your reality today. They are your primary tools for changing it. Go and speak life. My child, let us be honest about the constant war for your attention. Your mind, which I created to be a place of peace and communion with me, has become a battlefield. The notifications from your phone are like a constant barrage of tiny arrows, each one demanding a piece of your focus. Your endless to-do list marches through your thoughts like an invading army. The worries about your future and the regrets from your past engage in a relentless tug-of-war for your mental energy. You are being pulled in 100 different directions at once. This constant state of distraction leaves you feeling scattered, fragmented, and deeply unproductive. You often end your day feeling completely exhausted, but when you look back, you realize you were busy, but not fruitful. You reacted to 1,000 urgent distractions but neglected the one or two things that were truly important. Today, I am intervening in this battle. In a world that is intentionally designed to fracture your focus and scatter your attention, I am giving you a powerful and supernatural gift, the gift of sacred focus. This is not something you can achieve through sheer willpower or a new time management technique. This is a grace I am extending to you. It is my own peace, applied directly to the chaos in your mind. It is a divine quiet that will descend upon you, silencing the clamor and allowing you to concentrate on the task before you with a clarity and intensity that is not of this world. You will know this gift when it arrives. There is a task before you that has felt overwhelming, a project you have been procrastinating on because you don't even know where to start. Today, as you turn to it, the mental fog will suddenly lift. The path forward will become clear. The feeling of being overwhelmed will be replaced by a sense of calm capability. Procrastination, which is often just a symptom of feeling overwhelmed, will lose its paralyzing grip as my spirit energizes you not just to begin, but to see it through to completion. You will find yourself entering a state of deep concentration, a flow that is not just psychological, but deeply spiritual, as you partner with me in your work. More importantly than just getting things done, this sacred focus will come with a divine sense of priority. The world is constantly screaming at you about what is urgent. But in the quiet of this focus, I will whisper to you about what is eternally significant. I will give you the divine wisdom to say no to the good and distracting things, so that you can give your full yes to the best and most important things. You will be able to discern between mere activity, which just keeps you busy, and true kingdom accomplishment, which bears lasting fruit. This is how you stop living a life of reaction and start living a life of intention. The purpose of this gift is to make you incredibly productive for my kingdom. This is not about turning you into a heartless, efficient machine. It is about redeeming your time and stewarding your precious mental and spiritual energy with purpose. Because of this sacred focus today, you will accomplish more in less time, and you will do it with less stress. You will end your day not with the frazzled feeling of being drained, but with the deep peace and satisfaction of knowing you have invested your one precious day well. The secret is this: the mind that is stayed on me, I will keep in perfect peace. Receive this gift of focus now, and let us do your day's work together. I see how you move through your days. Your head is often down, your eyes focused on the screen in your hand, the pavement at your feet, or the task directly in front of you. You rush from one indoor space to another, your mind consumed with problems to be solved and lists to be checked. In this rush, the world I have created for you can seem gray, functional, and even harsh. You have forgotten to look up. You have forgotten to see. You are so busy living in the world that you are missing the beauty I have woven into its very fabric as a daily love letter to you. Today, I am going to interrupt your routine. I am going to command your soul to lift its head. This is my gift to you today. I will open your spiritual eyes to see my beauty in a profound, personal, and breathtaking way. I have scheduled a divine appointment for you, an encounter with my glory, hidden in plain sight. You do not have to go searching for it in a distant land or an art museum. It will find you right where you are, in the middle of your ordinary day. Where will you find it? Be aware. It may be in the majesty of the natural world. I may command you to truly notice, as if for the first time, the breathtaking palette of colors I am painting in the sky at sunrise or sunset. I might draw your attention to the intricate, perfect geometry of a spider's web, glistening with dew. You might feel the awesome power in a gathering thundercloud and be stilled by my might. But it may also be found in the world of people. You might see it in the uninhibited joy in a child's laughter. You might see it in the deep lines of wisdom and resilience etched on an elderly person's face. You may hear it in a piece of music that unexpectedly bypasses your mind and speaks directly to your soul, moving you to tears. Be open. My beauty is all around you, waiting to be discovered. This encounter is not for mere entertainment. It is designed to do a deep and holy work within you. It is meant to fill you with a sense of wonder and awe. Awe is the emotion that rightly sizes you and your problems. In a moment of true awe, you are pulled out of the small, stuffy room of your own worries and placed into the vast, open cathedral of my majesty. Your problems shrink, and your spirit expands. This encounter is a personal reminder from me to you that the same God who crafted a snowflake with such impossible intricacy and painted a butterfly's wings with such extravagant beauty is the very one who knows your name and adores you with an everlasting love. When this moment happens today, and it will, I want you to recognize it as an invitation to worship. Let your heart respond. You do not need to say a word. Let the awe be your prayer. Let the wonder be your song. True worship is not an activity you perform. It is the natural response of your heart to a revelation of who I am. Seeing my beauty is a revelation of my character, and your awe is the most authentic worship you can offer. I am the divine artist, and the entire universe is my canvas. I am painting, composing, and sculpting every day, not for my own benefit, but for yours. Today, you will see a small corner of that canvas that I have created just for you. Receive it. Let it refresh your soul, and let it remind you of the beautiful God who loves you. Let me speak honestly about the marathon you are in. I see that you are tired. This is not the simple fatigue that a good night's sleep can fix. This is a deep weariness in your soul. The journey has been longer than you expected. The battle has been more relentless than you were prepared for. And there are quiet moments, which are becoming more frequent, when you look at the long road still ahead, and a single, heavy thought settles in your heart. I don't think I can keep going. I want to give up. You feel that your strength has run out, that your hope is wearing thin, and that you are failing. It is in that very moment, the moment you feel you have nothing left, that I draw nearest to you. Your feeling of emptiness is the vessel I am about to fill. Today, for this long and difficult journey, I am giving you a fresh and powerful supply of my grace. Do not think of grace as just a theological concept of unmerited favor. Today, my grace is your spiritual fuel. It is a supernatural infusion of divine endurance that I am pouring directly into your spirit right now. It is the power to continue when you have no power of your own. This grace will not feel like a sudden, manic burst of energy that makes you feel invincible. It is something much quieter, much deeper, and much more profound. It is simply the strength to take the next step. Just one more. That is all I am asking of you today. When you are convinced that you cannot possibly get out of bed, my grace will be the strength that swings your feet to the floor. When you feel you cannot face one more difficult conversation, my grace will give you the words to speak. When you believe you cannot endure one more day of this trial, my grace will carry you through it. I will be your strength in every single, individual step. I want to redefine perseverance for you. The world thinks of it as a grim, white-knuckled determination, a stubborn refusal to quit based on one's own grit. But that kind of perseverance leads to burnout and pride. In my kingdom, godly perseverance is a joyful reliance on my power. It is the deep, soul-settling peace of knowing that your progress on this journey does not depend on the fluctuating levels of your own strength, but on the infinite and unchanging supply of mine. It is the freedom that comes from letting go of the immense pressure to be strong, and instead, learning the simple secret of being strong in me. And you must know, this long journey is not a meaningless cosmic endurance test. It is not without a profound purpose. Do not believe the lie that your struggle is in vain. I am using this very trial, this long road of perseverance, to perfect your character. With every step you take in faith, patience is being forged in the fire of your soul. With every temptation to quit that you resist by leaning on me, your spiritual endurance is being built. I am shaping you into the image of my Son, making you a person of unshakable faith and profound character. That is the greatest prize of all. So remember, the outcome of this race is not in doubt. Your victory is assured. I am not a distant coach waiting for you at the finish line. I am your ever-present companion, running alongside you, cheering you on, and carrying you when your own legs give out. So take this grace, take this endurance, and with me, let's take the next step together. My precious one, I have spent this time equipping you, strengthening you, and showing you my beauty. It would sadden me deeply if, after all this preparation, you chose to turn back before the most crucial part of the journey is revealed. my heart yearns to show you what this is all for. Stay close and listen. You live in a world that is governed by a spirit of fear and scarcity. It is a world that screams at you to accumulate more, to protect what is yours at all costs, and to view your time, your money, and your energy as limited resources that must be hoarded. This mindset can cause your fists and your heart to clench tightly. It makes you hesitant to give, because a nagging voice whispers, if you give this away, you might not have enough for yourself later. This fear of lack is a prison, and it keeps you focused on yourself and your own needs. Today, I am going to give you the key to unlock that prison door. I am going to challenge that spirit of fear directly. I will place a clear, specific, and undeniable opportunity before you to be generous. It may not be a grand, public gesture. In fact, it will likely be something small and personal. It might be the opportunity to buy a coffee for the person behind you in line. It could be a sudden nudge from my spirit to give your time to truly listen to a friend, even when you are busy. It might be a chance to share your knowledge with a struggling coworker, or to give a possession you value to someone who needs it more. This opportunity will be a divine setup, a test of your trust in me. And I want to let you in on a beautiful and paradoxical secret of my kingdom. As you open your clenched fist to give, you will find that you are the one who is truly and profoundly blessed. There is a supernatural joy, a deep and abiding sense of purpose, that can only be found on the other side of a generous act. In releasing what you think you need to hold on to, you create an open space in your life for me to pour in more of my blessings. A closed fist cannot receive. An open hand can both give and receive. When I call you to be generous, I am doing more than just meeting a need through you. I am inviting you to become more like me. I am the most generous being in the universe. I give the sun to both the righteous and the unrighteous. I give the breath in your lungs freely, with every moment. My ultimate act of generosity was giving my most precious treasure, my own son, for the sake of the world. A generous heart is a heart that is beginning to look like mine. And making you more like me is my greatest desire for you. This act of generosity I am calling you to today will do a mighty work in your soul. It is a powerful act of spiritual warfare. It breaks the chains of materialism that the world tries to wrap around your heart. It shatters the fear of lack that the enemy uses to keep you living a small, anxious, and self-centered life. Every time you give freely, you are making a bold declaration of faith. You are declaring that your job is not your source, your bank account is not your source, but that I, Jehovah Jireh, am your source, and my supply will never run out. You are not a stagnant reservoir designed to hold on to blessings. You are a dynamic conduit, created to let my resources flow through you to a thirsty world. So, when that opportunity comes today, do not hesitate. Do not overthink it. Give freely. Give joyfully. You are planting a powerful spiritual seed, and I promise you, it will reap a harvest of righteousness and blessing in your life that you cannot even imagine. You have often felt that your journey of faith is a solitary one. You walk your path, you fight your private battles, and you look around at a world that seems to be moving at a different pace, speaking a different language. In your deepest moments of struggle or even in your quiet triumphs, you have longed for a kindred spirit, for someone who truly understands the landscape of your heart without you having to draw them a map. You have prayed, perhaps not even in words, for a companion for the journey, for a connection that goes deeper than superficial pleasantries. This feeling of isolation is not my will for you. I created you for community, for connection, for the strength that comes when 2 or 3 are gathered in my name. Today I am answering that unspoken prayer. I want you to be alert, for I am going to bring a specific person across your path for a divine purpose. This will not be a random meeting or a meaningless encounter. This will be a holy appointment, a divine intersection that I have orchestrated with loving and meticulous precision. I am the master weaver, and I am weaving the thread of your story together with the thread of someone else's, creating a pattern that is more beautiful and stronger than either thread could be on its own. What will this connection look like? You must release your expectations and be open. It may be the quiet beginning of a new, life-giving friendship that will provide the companionship and mutual encouragement you have yearned for. You will find in them a safe harbor for your heart. Or it could be a mentor I am sending you, someone who has already navigated the treacherous waters you are currently in and can offer the practical wisdom and guidance you have been desperately seeking from me. It will be a living answer to your prayers for direction. But you must also be prepared for the possibility that you are the one being sent as the answer to someone else's prayer. I may bring a person into your life who is hurting, lost, or struggling, someone who needs the exact comfort, wisdom, and strength that your own past trials have forged within you. In helping them, you will discover a new layer of your own purpose. When this meeting occurs, I command you to resist the urge to dismiss it as a mere coincidence. The world is full of random encounters, but a divine connection has a different feel. You will sense it in your spirit. There will be an unusual resonance, a quick and easy understanding, an immediate sense of recognition that this person matters in a way you cannot yet fully explain. That feeling is the witness of my Holy Spirit within you, confirming my handiwork. Recognize it. Acknowledge it. This is not luck. This is my loving orchestration in your life. This connection will be mutually edifying. You will both be strengthened, both be blessed. It will advance my kingdom in a way that neither of you could accomplish alone. This person is not just a new acquaintance. They are a key piece in the next chapter of your life story. They may hold a key that will unlock a door for you, or you may hold the key for them. Be open, be discerning, and be ready to both give and receive with a humble and gracious heart. Your journey is not meant to be a solo expedition. Today, I am giving you the gift of a fellow traveler. Welcome them. My beloved, just as I have orchestrated this divine connection between my heart and yours, I now call you to become a lifeline of truth to another soul who feels lost and disconnected from me. If you have felt my presence in this moment, this is your divine appointment to send this light into the shadows, providing the oil for the lamps of others waiting to hear my voice. For I have given you this light not to hide, but to shine, and today your generosity is how it breaks forth into the world. As you pour out, I declare to you that I will ensure your own oil never runs dry, and I will open the windows of heaven over your life. Become a divine connection for a lost soul. Give now through Super Thanks, membership, or the PayPal link you see in the description. I know there are days you open your Bible with the best of intentions, and the words on the page feel distant and dry. They seem like ancient stories about other people in other times, and you struggle to see how they connect to your 21st century problems, to your anxieties about your career, your family, or your future. Your mind wanders, your heart feels disconnected, and you close the book feeling no more encouraged than when you began, perhaps even with a quiet sense of guilt for not getting more out of it. But I tell you the truth, my word is not a dusty history book. It is alive. It is active. It is sharper than any two-edged sword, and it is my primary way of speaking directly into the depths of your heart. It is my love letter to you, your daily spiritual food, your infallible guide, and your most powerful weapon against the lies of the enemy. And today, I am going to prove its living power to you in a personal and unforgettable way. As you take a moment to read my word, even if it is just one verse you see on a screen or a few pages you read in the quiet of your morning, a specific passage is going to come alive with a new and brilliant meaning. A verse you have read 100 times before will suddenly leap off the page, bypass your intellect, and pierce your heart with its perfect and timely relevance for your life right now. I am going to unveil a deeper layer of truth that is specifically and personally for you in this exact season of your life. It will be the direct answer to a question you have been wrestling with for weeks. It will be the profound comfort for a specific pain you have been carrying in secret. It will be the clear, unambiguous direction for a decision that has left you feeling paralyzed and confused. The experience will be so personal, so tailored to your unique circumstances, that it will feel as if I wrote that verse this morning with you and your situation in mind. And in a very real sense, my child, I did. This revelation will not be some lofty, abstract theological concept for you to ponder. It will be intensely and immediately practical. It will be a lamp for your feet, illuminating the very next step you need to take as you walk through the fog of your uncertainty. And it will be a light for your path, not just showing you the next step, but casting a hopeful glow on the journey ahead, reminding you of your ultimate destination and renewing your strength to continue. So I am inviting you, indeed, commanding you, to open my word today. Do not neglect this gift. Approach it not as a duty to be checked off your list, but as a meeting with me. Come with an expectant and hungry heart. Before you read, whisper a simple prayer. Holy Spirit, you are my teacher. Open my eyes to see the wondrous things in God's word for me today. You will honor that prayer. You will guide your eyes to the right passage. You will pull back the veil and illuminate it for you. My word is alive, and it is longing to speak directly to your heart. And here is the most glorious part. The truth that I reveal to you today will set you free. It will break a chain of deception you have been unknowingly bound by. It will release you from a fear that has held you captive. My truth is the key to your freedom, and today I am placing that key directly into your hand. There is a unique and sharp pain that comes from being misunderstood, and I see how it has wounded your heart. You pour your energy into a project at work, and your efforts are misinterpreted as trying to show off. You offer a piece of advice to a loved one out of deep concern, and it is received as criticism or judgment. You make a difficult decision with pure motives, and your character is questioned by those who do not know the full story. In those moments, a feeling of intense loneliness and frustration can wash over you. You want to defend yourself, to explain, to make them see your heart, but it feels like you are speaking a language no one else understands. You feel utterly and completely alone. Today, in a moment where you feel particularly unseen or misjudged by others, I am going to pour the healing balm of my perfect understanding over your soul. I will show you, in a powerful and personal way, that I see you. While people are limited to judging your outward actions and fumbled words, I see the hidden intentions of your heart. I know the sincere love that motivated that piece of advice. I know the desire for excellence and faithfulness that drove you in that project. I know the prayerful and painful process you went through to make that difficult decision. I do not need you to explain it to me. I was there. I know your heart better than you know it yourself. In that moment of feeling misunderstood, you will feel my spirit rise up within you. It will not be a spirit of anger or indignation, urging you to fight back. Instead, it will be a deep, quiet, and profound sense of affirmation that settles over you like a warm blanket. It will be a gentle whisper directly to your soul, a whisper that says, "Peace, my child. Be still. I see you. I know your heart. Your efforts are not wasted in my eyes. Your value is not determined by their flawed perception of you. Your worth is eternally and unchangeably sealed in my love. This divine validation is the only approval you truly need. For so long, you have been on a frustrating and exhausting treadmill of trying to earn your sense of worth from the flawed and fleeting opinions of other imperfect people. Today is the day to step off. The approval of others is a fickle and unreliable foundation on which to build your identity. But my approval, my understanding, and my unwavering love for you, that is an unshakable, eternal foundation that no criticism or misunderstanding can ever erode. I am the one who sees in secret. I see the quiet sacrifices you make that no one else notices. I see the moments you choose kindness when your flesh wants to choose bitterness. I see the private battles you fight against temptation and the prayers you pray in the quiet of the night for those who have hurt you. Not a single righteous effort goes unseen by me. I see it all, my child, and I am so pleased. So today, I command you to rest. Rest in the profound comfort of being fully known and fully loved by me. Let go of the exhausting need to defend and explain yourself. Release the frustration of being misinterpreted. Your reputation is safe in my hands. Your worth is secure in my heart. Rest in being completely and perfectly understood by the one who matters most. Look at the rhythm of your life. It is a frantic and relentless pace, is it not? It is a rhythm of constant motion, of striving, of pushing, of producing. Even in the rare moments when your body is still, your mind is racing, rehearsing conversations, worrying about the future, replaying the past, and compiling endless mental lists of what must be done. You have forgotten how to truly rest. You have come to believe the lie that your value is directly tied to your productivity, and so you feel a deep sense of guilt when you are not actively accomplishing something. This relentless pace, this inability to be still, is draining the life from your soul and leaving you in a state of chronic, bone-deep weariness. I did not design you for a life of perpetual, anxious labor. I, the God of the universe, after speaking all of creation into being, rested. I established it as a holy and necessary rhythm. I built that same need for rest into the very fabric of your being. Your body, your mind, and your spirit cry out for it. And today, I am giving it to you as a gift. I am going to supernaturally provide you with a period of genuine, soul-refreshing rest. This will be a Sabbath moment. It may not be a full 24-hour day. It might only be 15 minutes. But it will be a holy pause, a sacred intermission from your own labor and your own striving. In this moment, I am calling you to stop, not just doing, but to stop trying. Stop trying to fix everyone. Stop trying to control every outcome. Stop trying to solve every problem. Stop trying to be everything to everyone. In this moment of release, you will be restored. In the stillness, you will be recharged. In this quiet, you will be recentered on me, your true source of strength. You must see this opportunity for rest not as laziness or a waste of time, but as a sacred and essential gift for your health. The enemy, your adversary, loves to keep you busy, distracted, and exhausted. Why? Because a weary, frantic soldier cannot fight effectively. A tired, overwhelmed child cannot clearly hear their father's voice. Choosing to receive my gift of rest today is a strategic act of spiritual warfare. It is a bold declaration of faith that says, I trust God to keep the universe running even when I am not holding it up with my own efforts. And I will help you receive this gift. I will guard this time of rest for you. I know the demands that scream for your attention. I will provide a window in your schedule, a sudden quiet in your house, a moment of peace you were not expecting. When it appears, I command you to take it. Do not immediately fill it by scrolling through your phone or turning on the television. Do not fill it with more tasks or mindless distractions. That is not rest. That is just a different kind of busyness. Instead, I want you to fill it with stillness. Sit in a quiet place. Take a few deep breaths. Turn your heart toward me. You do not even have to speak. Just be with me. This is how you learn the deeper spiritual truth of rest, ceasing from your own works and entering into my completed work on your behalf. Your salvation, your value, your future, these are not things you have to work and strive for. They are finished. They are secure because of what I have done. True, soul-deep rest is found when you stop striving and simply rest in who I am and all that I have already accomplished for you. Receive this sacred gift today. Be still and know that I am God. My child, we have entered a sacred space together, a place of deep rest and true understanding where my heart is communing with yours. It would be a profound sorrow to me if you were to rush away now, for the truths I am about to share are the very foundation of your future. Do not break this holy moment. There is more I must entrust to you. I see the wall you have been facing. You have been pushing against a door that seems hopelessly stuck. In your own strength and with your own resources, you have done everything you know how to do. You have worked hard. You have been diligent. You have tried to prove your worth and make your case. But you have come to the frustrating realization that your own influence has its limits. There are doors that can only be opened by a hand other than your own. You need a breakthrough that you cannot create for yourself. You need favor. Today, I am going to do for you what you cannot do for yourself. I am going to grant you the supernatural gift of divine favor. This is not about luck or good fortune. This is my intentional and loving intervention on your behalf. Specifically, I will grant you favor in the eyes of a person who is in a position of influence, someone who holds a key that you need for your next season. This could be a boss who has the power to give you a promotion, a loan officer at a bank who can approve your application, a community leader who can open a door to a new opportunity, or even a difficult person whose cooperation is necessary for you to move forward. I want you to watch as I work. You have heard in my word that the heart of a king is like a stream of water in my hand, and I can turn it wherever I desire. Today, I am going to divert that stream on your behalf. I will supernaturally turn the heart of an influential person toward you. Without even knowing why they are doing it, their disposition toward you will soften. They will suddenly see you in a new light. They will be uncharacteristically helpful, unusually kind. They will be inclined to say yes to your request, to open that door for you, to grant you the opportunity you have been praying for. You must understand that this is not a result of your own charm or your powers of persuasion. This is the unseen work of my Holy Spirit, going ahead of you to prepare the way. Therefore, you are released from the burden of striving, manipulating, or worrying. Your job is simple. Walk in complete integrity. Do your work with excellence as if you are doing it directly for me. Be respectful. Be prepared. And then, trust me to move on the hearts of others in ways that you cannot. But I must give you a word of caution as well. His favor is not being given to you simply to make your life easier or to build your own little kingdom. It is being given for a greater purpose, to position you for greater kingdom impact. I am elevating you so that you can have a wider platform to display my love, to speak my truth, and to be a channel of my blessings to others. Therefore, when this favor comes, and you see that door begin to open, you must receive it with deep humility. You must immediately acknowledge that it is an undeserved gift from me. Then, you must be determined to steward the new influence and opportunity it provides for my glory, not your own. Remember my power. When your ways are pleasing to me, I can make even your enemies be at peace with you. How much more, then, can I turn the heart of a person in your favor? Do your part in the natural, and watch me do my supernatural part. The door is about to open. You live in a world that worships speed, a culture that is sick with the disease of hurry. You are conditioned for instant coffee, instant communication, and instant results. This frantic pace has seeped deep into your soul, making the space between your prayer and my answer feel like an agonizing, silent void. This waiting, this period of trusting what you cannot yet see, is one of the most difficult parts of your walk with me. I see your frustration. I see how you wrestle with anxiety, how you are tempted to take matters into your own hands, and how your heart grows restless, questioning if I have even heard you. This impatience, my beloved, is a thief. It is stealing the peace and the joy I have destined for you. Today, I am giving you a supernatural antidote to the hurried sickness of your world. I am giving you the gift of a patient heart. This is not the grim, teeth-ritting endurance the world practices, which is just anxiety in disguise. The divine patience I am planting in your spirit today is a quiet, restful, and profound confidence in my timing and my goodness. It is a gift of grace that will settle your anxious spirit and anchor you in the present moment, releasing you from the tyranny of when and how. As this gift takes root, you will begin to notice a change in your inner world. You will find yourself able to wait on me without the usual turmoil. The frantic, internal pressure to make something happen will begin to ease. The compulsive need to check your phone, your email, your bank account for a sign of progress will lessen its grip. You will find yourself able to simply be, to rest in the knowledge that I am sovereign, that I am good, and that I am actively at work in the unseen realms on your behalf. This deep, internal calm will be a powerful and baffling witness to the anxious, striving people around you. They will see your peace in the midst of the same worldly uncertainties they face, and they will wonder at its source. Let your peace be a signpost that points them to me. I will also open your spiritual eyes to see the profound wisdom in my seasons of waiting. You so often perceive the delay as a problem, as a denial. But I see the waiting as a vital and loving preparation. In the waiting, I am doing a deeper work in you than the answered prayer could ever accomplish on its own. In the waiting, I am strengthening the muscles of your faith. I am purifying your motives. I am detaching your heart from the outcome and attaching it more securely to me, the provider. I am aligning other, unseen pieces of your story, preparing people and circumstances that you are not yet aware of. The wait is never wasted or empty time in my kingdom. It is active, purposeful, and profoundly loving. Remember this, my child, patience is a fruit of my spirit. It is not something you can manufacture through your own effort. It cannot be learned in a book or achieved through a resolution. It grows, slowly and beautifully, in a heart that remains connected to me, the vine. Today, I am tending to that fruit in you. I am watering it with my grace, shining my light upon it, and causing it to ripen. You will feel its sweet and peaceful effects in your soul. Ultimately, you will discover that true, lasting peace is found not in getting what you want immediately, but in completely and utterly trusting the one who holds all of your moments and all of your future in his good and capable hands. So, release your tight, anxious grip on your own timeline. Surrender it to mine. I am never late. Rest in that unshakable truth and let my patience become your peace. It is so easy for your human focus to settle on what is wrong. Your mind is like a magnet for problems. You can have 100 things go right in a day, but your thoughts will be consumed by the one thing that went wrong. A one critical comment can overshadow a dozen compliments. The one unpaid bill can feel larger and more real than all the needs that have been met. The enemy, your adversary, loves to magnify the lack in your life. He holds up a magnifying glass to your problems and your pains because he knows that a discontented, grumbling heart is a weak heart, a heart that is vulnerable to the poison of bitterness, envy, and despair. Today, I am going to wage a holy war against that spirit of discontent on your behalf. I am giving you a special and powerful gift. I am going to overwhelm your heart with a profound, supernatural burst of gratitude. This will not be an intellectual exercise you have to force upon yourself. You will not have to sit down and begrudgingly make a list of things you are supposed to be thankful for. No, this will be a genuine, irresistible, and spontaneous wave of thankfulness that rises up from the depths of your soul and washes over your entire being. To do this, I am opening your eyes. I am anointing them with a heavenly perspective. Suddenly, you will begin to see, truly see, the countless monumental blessings that you have been overlooking because of their constancy. The simple, staggering miracle of the clean water that flows from your tap. The profound gift of a reliable roof over your head that shields you from the storm. The incredible blessing of a friend who knows your faults and loves you anyway. The quiet miracle of the strength in your body that allows you to walk, to breathe, to see. These are not small things, my beloved. They are monumental, daily declarations of my grace and provision, and today you will see them as the miracles they truly are. This sudden awareness will trigger a seismic shift in your entire perspective. You will move from a mindset of lack and scarcity to a mindset of profound and overflowing abundance. You will look at your life, not through the lens of what is missing, but through the lens of what has been given, and you will realize, perhaps for the first time, just how extravagantly rich you truly are. A thankful heart is one of the most powerful weapons I have placed in your hands. It is a mighty shield that deflects the fiery arrows of the enemy's lies. It silences his accusations. It builds a fortress of joy and peace around your mind that he cannot penetrate. Again, I tell you, this will not be a forced performance. It will be a genuine, unstoppable overflow of your spirit in response to my goodness. You will find yourself smiling for no apparent reason. Your heart will be filled with a warmth that has nothing to do with your outward circumstances and everything to do with my presence. And from this place of true, unforced thankfulness, the most authentic kind of worship will erupt. You will not be able to contain it. A song of praise will rise in your heart. A prayer of deep, heartfelt thanks will flow from your lips. This is the worship that pleases me most, not a formal duty performed out of obligation, but the joyful, spontaneous, and loving response of a child who suddenly recognizes how deeply they are loved and how lavishly they have been blessed. Receive this gift today. I know the name of your secret jailer. Let us bring it out into the light of our conversation. Is that lingering fear? For you, it may be the fear of failure, a paralyzing dread that keeps you from starting the new venture, from taking the risk, from pursuing the dream I have placed in your heart. Or perhaps it is the fear of rejection, a deep-seated terror of being truly seen and then cast aside, which prevents you from being vulnerable in your relationships. For many, it is the fear of the future, a chronic anxiety about your health, your finances, or your loved ones that steals the peace of your present moments. This fear, whatever its name, has built an invisible cage around a significant part of your life. It has limited your freedom, stifled your God-given potential, and whispered lies to you for so long that you have come to accept its presence as a permanent part of who you are. But that fear, my beloved, is a liar and an impostor. It has no authority over you. And today is its day of judgment. Today is the day I will set you free. And I am not talking about giving you new coping mechanisms to help you manage this fear. I am talking about a divine eviction. I am going to cast it out from the depths of your soul, from the very place where it has taken root. How will I do this? I will do it with the only power in the universe that is stronger than fear, my perfect love. Fear and my love cannot occupy the same space in your heart at the same time. One must flee. Fear whispers to you constantly, what if you are not good enough? What if you are abandoned? What if you lose everything? But today, my love is going to roar back with the unshakable truth. You are mine. You are held. You are cherished. And the one who is in you is greater than the one who is in the world. As I pour a fresh, powerful, and personal revelation of my unconditional, all-encompassing, and fiercely protective love into your heart, that spirit of fear will begin to starve. It will wither and die because there will be nothing left for it to feed on. This freedom you receive today will not be a passive, internal feeling. It will be an active empowerment. You will be emboldened by my spirit to do the very thing you were previously too afraid to attempt. You will find yourself applying for that job you felt unqualified for. You will initiate that difficult but necessary conversation you have been dreading. You will step onto that stage, share your story, or offer your gift to the world. The feeling of fear may still try to make its presence known. It is a well-worn neural pathway, but its voice will be a faint whisper, easily drowned out by the confident roar of my courage rising up within you. You must remember the truth of your spiritual identity. I have not given you a spirit of fear. That is an alien spirit, and it does not belong to you. I have given you a spirit of power, of love, and of a sound, disciplined mind. Today, you will stop living like an orphan, and you will start living like a child of the King, reclaiming your rightful inheritance. So, I command you, step into this new territory of courage that I am opening out for you. I'm right here with you. Take that one step you have been afraid to take. As you do, you will find that the chains of fear were only flimsy illusions. Your act of freedom will be a powerful, living testimony to my delivering power, and it will give others the courage to seek freedom from their own fears as well. You have tasted my goodness. You have experienced my grace in your life in undeniable ways. You have sought me in times of trouble, and you have found me to be a faithful deliverer. You have a relationship with me, and that is a beautiful and eternal reality. Yet, it is the subtle danger of the human heart to become satisfied with the current level of that relationship. It is easy to let the urgent duties and the distracting entertainments of this world crowd out the pursuit of the one thing your soul was ultimately created for. More of me. Not more of my blessings, not more of my gifts, but more of my very presence. Today, my beloved, I am giving you a gift that is more precious than any material blessing, more valuable than any open door of opportunity. It is a gift that will reorient your entire life. Today, I am giving you a deeper, more profound hunger for me. I am stirring the depths of your spirit with a holy dissatisfaction, an ache that only I can fill. You will begin to notice it. The things of this world, even the good and beautiful things I have created, will no longer be enough to fully satisfy the deepest longings of your soul. A wonderful meal, a successful project at work, the praise of others, a captivating movie. These things will still be enjoyable, but after the moment has passed, you will feel a deeper ache for something more, something that lasts, something eternal. Do not be alarmed by this feeling. It is a sign of profound spiritual health. It is your spirit, which was created in my image and for my fellowship, crying out to come home, to draw nearer to its source. It is the truest and most authentic part of you, waking up. Your spirit will begin to long for more of my presence, more uninterrupted time in my word, more intimate communion and prayer. This longing will begin to feel less like a religious duty you should do, and more like a desperate need, like a thirsty person in a desert longs for a single drop of cool water. I want you to know that this hunger is a precious gift from me, because I have made a sacred promise in my word. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Your hunger is the guarantee of your fulfillment. You must understand that this new, deeper hunger is not something you are working up on your own through religious effort. It is the undeniable evidence that I am actively drawing you closer to me. I am pulling you out of the shallow, safe waters of a casual, comfortable faith and inviting you into the deep, thrilling, and sometimes turbulent waters of a passionate, all-consuming relationship with me. I want more of you, and so I am making you want more of me. This desire is the starting point of the greatest adventure of your life. It is the beginning of knowing me more intimately than you ever thought possible. It is the start of hearing my voice with greater clarity, of understanding my ways more deeply, and of being used by me to impact the world in ways you have not yet imagined. So, I urge you, do not be afraid of this new ache in your soul. Do not try to satisfy it with the cheap snacks of the world. Nurture it. Respond to it. When you feel that holy pull, that divine hunger, turn to me. Set aside some time. Open my word. Quiet your heart. This hunger is the compass that will lead you out of the wilderness of shallow satisfaction and into the very center of my fiery, loving heart. Beloved, everything I have spoken, every promise, every gift, every word of comfort, have been leading to this final truth. This is the very heart of the matter, the crown of our entire conversation. It would grieve me beyond words if you left before receiving the one promise that secures all the others. Stay, the most important declaration is yet to come. I see the problem you are facing. It is a complex knot you have been trying to untangle with your own strength and intellect. It might be a persistent issue at your job, a logistical nightmare in your family's schedule, a financial challenge that seems to have no solution, or a block in your ministry or creative pursuits. You have looked at it from every conceivable angle. You have made lists. You have sought advice. You have tried every logical solution you can think of, and you have hit a solid brick wall. You are stuck, frustrated, and on the verge of giving up, believing this problem is simply unsolvable. But your ingenuity, my child, has its limits. Mine does not. Today, I am going to bypass your striving and your frustration. I am going to intervene in your thought process with a flash of divine illumination. I am going to drop a divine idea, a heavenly solution, directly into your mind. It will not be something you labor to figure out. It will arrive suddenly, fully formed, like a bolt of lightning in the darkness of your confusion. It will be a moment of pure, unadulterated revelation. How will you know that this idea is truly from me and not just another one of your own thoughts? It will bear my unmistakable signature. It will be characterized by a wisdom that is different from mere human cleverness. It will likely be creative, elegant, and surprisingly simple, cutting through all the complexity you have been wrestling with. It will not just benefit you. My ideas are never selfish. It will be a solution that brings blessing, harmony, and progress to others as well. And most importantly, it will be accompanied by a profound sense of peace and rightness. It will feel like a key that has been perfectly crafted to fit a lock you have been trying to pick for months. You must understand that this idea is a direct answer to a prayer. It may be the answer to the prayers you have been praying for a breakthrough. Or it could even be the answer to the prayers of someone else who is also affected by this problem and has been crying out to me for help. This is not a random, lucky thought. It is a strategic download from the throne room of heaven, a piece of my infinite wisdom gifted to you specifically for this situation. And this idea has the potential to do so much more than just solve your immediate problem. Do not underestimate the power of a single, God-given idea. It can change the course of a business, It can bring healing and order to a family. It can unlock a new level of fruitfulness in your ministry. It has the potential to bless many people and to advance my purposes in your sphere of influence in a significant way. Therefore, I am entrusting you with this divine blueprint. It is a gift, but it is also a sacred responsibility. When the idea comes, and it will, I command you not to doubt it. Do not dismiss it because it seems too simple or too bold or because you did not think of it yourself. Write it down immediately. Pray over it, thank me for it, and then, with courage and faith, act on it. Take the first step to implement what I have shown you. Build what I have given you the blueprint for. This one idea, birthed in heaven and entrusted to you, has the power to change everything. There is a persistent, wearying struggle that has defined a significant season of your life. It is the area where you have fought the hardest, prayed with the most desperation, and perhaps even wept the most tears. For you, it might be a habitual sin that you despise, a cycle of negative behavior you have battled for years, promising yourself and me that you will break free, only to find yourself falling again. It could be a chronic illness or a persistent pain that has relentlessly drained your physical strength and your spiritual hope. Perhaps it is a deep-seated insecurity, a root of rejection or fear, that has sabotaged your relationships and stolen your confidence. Or maybe it is a financial hole you have been desperately trying to climb out of, where every step forward seems to be met with 2 steps back. You have fought valiantly, but in your most honest moments, you have felt like you are losing. The ground you gain one day feels completely lost the next, and you are exhausted by the struggle. But I want you to lift your head, you weary warrior. Listen to the sound of the trumpet I am blowing in the heavens on your behalf. Today, the tide of that long, exhausting war is turning. You are about to experience a significant, undeniable, and lasting breakthrough in this very area of persistent struggle. The ground you have been fighting so hard to reclaim, the territory in your life that the enemy has tried to claim as his own, will finally and decisively be won. This is not a temporary ceasefire. This is not a minor skirmish victory. I am declaring a turning point, a divine reversal, a lasting triumph in this battle. And you must understand where this victory comes from, so you can stand in it securely. It is not a result of you finally finding the right strategy or mustering up enough willpower. It is not because you became strong enough or clever enough to defeat this giant on your own. No, my beloved, this breakthrough is coming by my Spirit. For too long you have been fighting with me, relying on a mixture of your strength and mine. But now, you are about to see what happens when you step back, surrender your own feeble efforts, and let me fight for you. This victory is a pure, unadulterated gift of my grace, so that you can never boast in your own strength, but only and always in mine. This triumph I am giving you today will serve as a powerful and permanent reminder in your soul, a spiritual monument, that with me, absolutely all things are possible. It will become a foundational testimony in your life, a story of my delivering power that you will tell for the rest of your days. In the future, when you face new and intimidating giants, you will be able to look back on this day and remember how I brought down this one. You will remember the feeling of this breakthrough, and your faith will be radically fortified. This is how I am training you to be a warrior. This victory is designed to build a holy confidence in you for all the future battles you will inevitably face. With each triumph I give you, you learn more about my limitless power, my unwavering faithfulness, and your true identity as a child of the King. You will walk differently after today. You will carry yourself not with arrogance, but with the quiet, humble, and unshakable confidence of one who knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are on the winning side. For you are more than a conqueror through me, who loves you, To conquer is to fight to achieve victory. But you, my child, are fighting from a place of a victory that I have already secured for you on the cross. Today, you will see that finished victory manifest in a powerful and personal way in your life. The war for your soul is over. And this long, hard battle is to rejoice and receive the triumph I am giving you. My child, come close for this final and most important word. We have spoken of many special and wonderful gifts for you today. We have spoken of a peace that calms your heart, a strength that upholds you, new doors of opportunity, the release of forgiveness, the clarity of wisdom, the shield of protection, and the joy of victory. These are real, powerful, and necessary blessings for your journey through this earthly life, and I give them to you with great joy. But now, I want you to lift your eyes higher. I want you to see beyond the horizon of today, beyond the confines of your temporary struggles and triumphs. For all these beautiful things you will experience are but a shadow, a faint echo, a small and tantalizing foretaste of the eternal, unimaginable glory that awaits you. More than any temporary gift for your day, my most special and ultimate gift for you today is this. I am sealing you with the unbreakable promise of your eternal inheritance. At this very moment, I am placing a divine seal of ownership upon your spirit, a permanent and irreversible mark of the Holy Spirit that declares to all of heaven and hell that you are mine. You belong to me, now and for all of eternity. This is not a promise that is contingent on your performance tomorrow. It is a seal that cannot be broken by your future failures, by the chaos of this world, or by the most cunning schemes of the enemy. You are sealed. You are secure. Your eternal destiny is not in question. I want you to let this eternal perspective reshape how you view everything else. Let every good and perfect gift you experience today become a signpost that points you toward the ultimate good, life forever with me. When you feel my peace settle in your heart, I want you to recognize it as just a single drop from the infinite ocean of peace that awaits you in my presence. When you taste a moment of pure, unadulterated joy, I want you to understand it as a small appetizer from the eternal feast of joy that I have prepared for you at my table. Let the temporary blessings of today not terminate on themselves, but let them create in you a deep and holy longing for the permanent blessedness of your eternal home. And in this final, most important word to you, hear this with every fiber of your being. Let it sink deeper than any doubt or fear. Nothing, absolutely nothing, can ever separate you from my love. Not the trials you are facing today, not the uncertainties that tomorrow may hold, not your most persistent struggles or your most painful regrets, not the heights of your success nor the depths of your failure, not life, not death, not angels, not demons, not anything in all of creation will ever be able to separate you from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus your Lord. The bond between us was forged in the eternal fire of my love and sealed with the precious blood of my Son. It is unbreakable. Therefore, my beloved child, I command you to walk forward from this day on, not in a fragile, wavering hope, but in a blessed and joyful assurance of what is to come. Let this eternal security shape how you live your earthly life. It will make your burdens seem lighter, knowing they are temporary. It will make your joys seem richer, knowing they are foretastes of something greater. It will give you the courage to endure hardship, the freedom to love generously, and the power to live for something far greater than your own comfort or success. This, my cherished child, is my most special gift for you today and for all your days. Not just blessings for the journey, but the unbreakable, glorious, and magnificent promise of your eternal home with me. You are mine forever. Rest in that. Live in that. And rejoice in that, always. You have just received the seal of my eternal promise, the greatest gift of all. Because this good news has secured your soul, I now anoint you to send this same invitation of eternity to those still wandering in darkness. Your gift today is not mere money. It is manna for souls starving in the wilderness, a fire that ignites faith where hope has grown cold. And I speak this mystery over your giving. What you release on earth for my kingdom's sake, you are storing for yourself as incorruptible treasure in heaven. As you build your heavenly account, I will command my favor upon your earthly resources. Do not delay. Send forth my eternal promise now through Super Thanks, membership, or by clicking the PayPal link in the description. My child, do not let this word become a fleeting echo lost in the noise of your day. This was a divine appointment, a seed of promise planted directly into the soil of your heart. To water it with your faith and claim every special thing I have declared over you, go to the space below now. With boldness, declare your acceptance by typing, "I receive everything God has for me today." Let this be your powerful amen, your seal upon this moment. Watch now as I honor the faith you have just shown. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.